Good morning, Mr. Soni. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Mr. Montana. Yes.
Mr. Chairperson, may I apologize? We are starting about half an hour late, and it seems there was a bit of a miscommunication. Mr. Montana knew he was coming today, but thought he was on standby and didn't realize that it would be the normal time, 10 o'clock.
Okay.
That seems to be a misunderstanding.
Yes, okay. No, that's fine. And the one thing which works in your favor, Mr. Montana, is that since you started testifying, you have been very cooperative with the commission, so your track record speaks for you.
Thank you, Chair.
They always say it's good to create a good record for yourself because it speaks for you even when you can't speak for yourself. Okay, all right. But thank you for availing yourself. And I know that it was short notice, but we appreciate that you were able to avail yourself. Okay, all right. I think let's do the oath. Yeah.
Please state your full names for the record.
Tsepo Lucky Montana.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Not at all.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Soni.
As you please, Chairperson. Mr. Montana, you'll recall that on the previous occasion you were here, we were dealing with the affidavit of Ms. Ngoyi, you'll recall, and we had dealt with the allegation she makes in paragraph 19. You recall that?
I recall, Chair, may I, through Chair, just raise one thing, go back to 15.13.
Okay. 15.
15.13.
Okay. Yes.
And 15.13 and 15.14. I think it's just one thing, Mr. Soni. I did raise it the last time and requested the commission to find the copy of the letter of suspending Mr. Martin Chauke. And I think I said, look, I wanted to remind myself. And Chair, I've since come across, it's not a signed letter, but a draft letter. And I'll forward that to the team. The letter is, of course, it's quite clear. It was signed by the late Miss Hope Zinde. And it had nothing to do, I think the commission will see that it's got nothing to do with...
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Yes, no, I'll forward that, Chair.
Yes.
The letter speaks about other things, about...
Oh, that are not, yes.
Yes, so I wanted to just
put
remind
that to
myself.
rest, yeah.
But I think a signed copy that hopefully
Was
Mr. Chauke will provide that to the commission.
Yes.
Because I've got a draft, but I'll still forward that. Share that
Okay.
with the team, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Montana, and I'm grateful you pointed that out. What I thought we would do is all the matters that are sort of still in dispute and where you've raised concerns, we will deal with them at the end of Ms. Ngoyi's and Mr. Ollerman's report.
Thank you.
Then we know that we have dealt with all the matters you've been called for, and those will be the spillovers, as it were. But we intend coming to
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Now, you'll recall that in paragraph 19, we dealt with the MN2, which was the letter that was sent to Mr. Dingizwayo as well. You recall that, Mr. Montana?
We dealt with the Chair, spoke
Yes.
at length on the matter.
Yes. All right. Now, I just want to go then to paragraph 20. And this issue too we dealt with when we considered Mr. Dingizwayo's affidavit, that you dismissed Mr. Dingizwayo, and we've been through that. Then we know that Ms. Ngoi called you and there was a conversation between you and her. That did happen,
That's
right?
correct.
And one of the things she says, if you turn to page 289, is she said to you that the dismissal of Mr. Dingizwayo was similar to the matter relating to Mr. Chauke. Did she tell you that on the 18th? If you look at the fourth line, she says, I told Mr. Montana that I'm dealing with a repeat of how he had dealt with Mr. Chauke when I was at Intersite, and it was not acceptable. Did she tell you that?
Well, Chair, not in those exact terms, not mentioning Mr. Chauke as it were, but she was unruly. She was unruly, Chair. She was insubordinate. Her conduct was very bad.
Okay, but she didn't tell you that.
Not those specific words, no, Chair.
Did she mention Chauke?
No, not at all, Chair.
And
But would you say she may have said, in essence, in different terms, what she puts in these terms here?
Well, yeah, Chair, I think
Yeah,
that,
okay.
as you please, Chairperson,
Yeah.
right before that. Then she says that she said you should have engaged with her and that she had approved of all Mr. Dingizwayo's decisions. Did she tell you that?
No, Chair. She didn't say that. Chair, you see, we didn't even discuss at length because I had another scheduled meeting, and I did indicate to Ms. Ngoye that I'm having a meeting. We'll discuss the matter once I'm done with the meeting or tomorrow, and that's when she refused and she became unruly. And effectively, and I think I deal with that at length in my affidavit, she then was daring me to fire her. So you fired my general manager. Well, I reminded her that general managers are appointed by the group CEO, and they're fired by the group CEO. But I then invited her to say, look, come, let's discuss the following day, and invited her to all the issues she was raising in passing, in anger. I asked her, put them in black and white. I want to see them because I was hearing some of those things for the first time. So I think the Dingizwayo dismissal, it seems to have unleashed something else, Chair. So I said, put that in black and white. She was uncooperative, and she kept on saying, well, I think you should just fire me. And I said, well, that's what you're asking for, that's what you'll get. And then I invited her to come and see me tomorrow and said, look, I'll take action. I've asked you to put the things in black and white. You refused to do that. You kept on having she was screaming, she was completely disordered. But this was someone who could see that when someone is daring you in that way, and I knew at that time, consistent with my email, Mr. Somi, the email that I've written about. So there was all that background. So
About
I
the
knew
campaign.
about the campaign, that there were all these things. So here's a person who's daring an immediate boss. I even say, put them in black and white. Let's discuss that the following day. She still defies that. If I denied an opportunity, I would understand that if she says, I tried to raise the issues with Mr. Montana, he didn't want even to hear me. I said to her, and again, that detail I provide in my affidavit. I said to her, put it in black and white. Let's discuss these issues. And she was no. She was on a warpath. And the consistent thing, and you'll see in the letter that she's attached. She then kept on saying, "Then fire me, because it's quite clear that you don't want me." And for the first time, she says, "Well, this is this is quite clear that I'm being punished from my days at Intersite, which are not even related, Chair, at that point in time. A movement from, I think I've explained, that move from Intersite to the PRASA corporate office, as it were. So, Chair, she was unruly and cooperative, and she dared me to fire her, and I accepted the invitation, Chair.
Okay. So can I just understand, when you talked to her on the phone on the 18th, you had told her you are going to fire her? Did you had told her that she must come on the following day because you are firing her in that phone call?
Yes, no, that evening I did tell her that she's asking for it. She didn't say it once, she didn't say it twice. Every time she just kept on saying, fire me. And I took a decision that here's a person who is an executive who conduct herself in that way. And I think, Chair, in one of my documents, I'm not sure if I've attached it. In fact, I write a letter to the chair of the remuneration and HR committee of the board to explain the circumstances around her, Ms. Dingiswayo, and someone else. So I dealt with it in that way. But because at that time, I couldn't just fire her. But she gave me reason to fire. She said, fire me, because she was defiant, she was disorderly, and it was someone who says, look, I'm not going to actually respect your authority as CEO. And she was putting me to the test. For me, she was making a clear statement, I'm no longer prepared to work with you. I'm no longer going to respect your decisions. So, Chair, I took action on that basis.
Now, before that discussion between the two of you, was the position that, in other words, before she started daring you to say fire me, was the position that you were going to fire her in any event because you saw her as part of that campaign? It was just a matter of time, but when she said fire me and repeated that, then you decided, I'll do it now then. Or what was the position?
Chair, probably in my mind, and I want to reflect to the chair and the commission, my honest, my state of mind at that point in time. I'd taken a firm view about some of the team members who were no longer focusing on what we had agreed upon as an organization. And they were running behind the campaign, selecting certain contracts and leaving others and doing a whole range of other things. So my mind was set, was made, Chair. But I wouldn't say, because, when you run an organization, especially an organization as big as PRASA, you are managing different interests. I'll tell you, Chair, that there are many instances where I get angry with people and I take a view that they should be fired. Some of them would run behind my back and run to the chairman at that time, Mr. Buthelezi. Mr. Buthelezi will then invite me and say, come, let's have dinner. We'll have dinner, we talk about other things. And then he says, hey, there is this issue. And then he'll say to me, and give me cogent reasons, and say, look, I think maybe here you are overreacting, you're not dealing with the issue. And would counsel me and say, I think we should deal with it differently. So sometimes I do take a view, but it doesn't mean that view would be realized, because in an organization, you have one-on-one meetings, people do present and tell you to say, look, I did this because I thought 1, 2, 3. But this one was involved in wrongdoing. And I invited her to sit with me as an executive. And she defies me, and she asked me to fire her. So yes, I'd made up my mind, as you can see the tone in my email. But whether ultimately she was going to be fired or not, Chair, I wouldn't say with certainty, because I think that a lot of things they transpired. So I think that would have been, you are managing different interests. Sometimes you want to unite the organization, you want to unite the teams that the executive is leading, and therefore you consider all of those factors Is it ultimately in the interest of the organization? But we were facing a state of paralysis because of a campaign. And Chair, I'd resolved in my head, if I stayed in PRASA beyond that period, probably most of these people, some of them who've come here, said a whole range of things at the commission. Some of them, in fact, they've even done worse things than what Ms. Ngoyi has done. Some of them are, Chair, instead of firing them, I called the person on one-on-one meeting. And I said, PRASA doesn't belong to me, doesn't belong to my father. And if it was my father's company, I probably would have thrown you out of this company yesterday. Mr. Holela came here, Chair. He did wrong things, but I had the one-on-one meeting. I said, you can't be the head of strategy located in my office. If you are doing 1, 2, 3, you're not showing even that level of loyalty. But despite that, Chair, I said, instead of throwing you into the streets, I think we need to find a different role for you in the business. So you're still working for this company, you serve it with loyalty, but you can't be the strategy officer who lies to me. Or, and I'll deal with this matter in detail when we deal with the public protector matter, Chair.
Yeah.
Because I think those issues come in that context. But I didn't fire him. So
Yeah.
it was not this thing that you have this guy who was firing everybody, who was so senseless. I listen to reason, Chair. And in some instances, these people had access to the board. And they'll lobby board members. And board members would ask me, and sometimes they'll say to me, we think you must reverse that decision, or we think you mustn't go that route, because the board is there to counsel you. So, Chair, I was not this all-powerful person who was pushing everybody out of the way as presented in this affidavit. No, it's not correct. So, I would say in a nutshell, Chair, my mind was made, but whether she was going to leave PRASA or not,
Yeah.
I think that it was still dependent on a whole range of other factors.
Okay, Mr. Soni.
As you please, Chairperson. Now, in the next paragraph, paragraph 21, Ms. Ngoyi says, we met on the 19th. The meeting started at 1800 hours. By 1805, Mr. Montana told me he was dismissing me with immediate effect. Is that correct?
So that was correct. As I said, I told her, yes, the reason I invited her was to fire her. I told her that. She knew when she was coming to see me that she refused the opportunity to meet and discuss with me. And I said, you must come tomorrow. I'll give you fact. But I couldn't have called her immediately, but I had another meeting. She was actually disruptive. I had to go out of a meeting to be able to try and even calm her down. She was defiant, Chair, and I've recorded that in my affidavit.
Okay, and I just want to point this out to you, Mr. Montana. The one essential difference between you and Ms. Ngoyi is you are saying you told her on the 18th that she was fired. She is saying she only found out at 6 o'clock on the evening of the 19th. That's the difference between the two of you, right?
But I'll respect the difference, Chair. Let's agree to disagree with Ms. Ngoyi on this one. I won't dispute that. I've put my views, she has put the views, and yeah.
No. But Mr. Montana, I want to emphasize this. That is an essential difference, because to an outsider, it makes little sense that an employee is told you are fired and comes back to receive the letter dismissing her. So I'm saying it's not an inconsequential difference between the two of you. And I'd like you to reflect, did you tell her on the 18th or only on the 19th?
No, Chair, I told you on the 18th. But because I was in a meeting, there was no way I would even, because the meeting was in the evening as well, the previous night.
Okay,
So I
we know now you told her on the
I
19th.
told on the 18th.
I'm sorry, on the 18th.
On the 18th, Chair.
All right, and then you gave her the letter of dismissal.
I'm sorry, Mr. Soni. I think he was still saying something that might substantiate his version.
Oh, sorry.
Because you see, there are now two versions, and he's sticking to his version, that is the 18th. I think he was still substantiating. You were saying, Mr. Montana, you were in a meeting, there is no way something.
No, Chair, I was trying to say that there was no way in which, because we didn't plan to fire her. That is the issue. I think it links to my explanation earlier on to you, Chair, that there was no plan to fire, there was no letter. With this, so I asked the team, prepare the letter. I want to meet Dingisoyo, I want to indicate. So we knew there was a process leading up to that. Ms. Ngoya's decision was made on the events of the 18th. I made that decision, and I invited her the following day.
Okay, all right.
So I'm just saying I wouldn't
Yes.
have prepared a letter on that day when she wasn't there. We're not meeting. I was meeting with other people there, but then we had the discussion over the phone.
Okay, all right. Mr. Solomon?
Okay. Then let's look at MN3. This is the letter of immediate termination that appears at page 319, Mr. Montana. Yes, sir. Have you got it?
I've got it, Chair. Thank you.
All right. You, in your letter, well, firstly, this letter on 320 is signed and it appears to be signed by yourself. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct. It's my letter, Chair.
Right. Now, you start off at page 319 in the first paragraph referring to the phone call and the fact that the matter concerned the dismissal of Mr. Dingiswayo, and you then set out the objection that Ms. Ngoyi raised, and you say here that you told her you were engaged in another meeting, just as you've told us this morning. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Then you say she began to raise her voice and demanded your objection be her objection be heard, and you say that amounted to an act of gross insubordination, which may attract a drastic sanction such as dismissal. That's what your letter says, is that right?
Indeed, that's correct.
And you say, be that as it may, in light of your daring me to request you to fire her in my capacity as the group CEO, in view of your daring, as an act of repudiation of your contract, which I elect to accept.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Then on the next page, you say Ms. Ngoyi proceeded to make numerous allegations against you in unrelated matters, including an assertion that the decision to remove her as the CEO of Intersight was malicious. She raised that with you as well.
She did, that's correct.
I reminded you that this had no bearing whatsoever to the issues which you called me about. I, with a view to address your concerns, requested you put these grievances and allegations in writing. You refused to do so. Your refusal and defiance to act on my instructions again amounted to gross insubordination.
That's correct, Chair.
Now, during this conversation, it became clear to me, and you're obviously talking about the conversation on the 18th. That's the telephonic conversation.
That's correct, Chair.
It became clear to me that you as an executive of PRASA intentionally failed to accept my authority as a group CEO, and you addressed me with a level of resistance, defiance, and great disrespect to which I cautioned you against. That too did happen.
That's correct, Chair.
All right. Then you say the level of insolence which you presented towards me is unacceptable and not in the best interest of PRASA. You have repeatedly reminded me to terminate your employment, which you repeated in our brief meeting this evening. See that?
Yeah, that's correct, Chair.
And that, so you say that happened even in that meeting?
Yes, Chair, I'm referring to the 18th. Chair, I can't recall whether on that 18th I'm referring to a telephonic conversation or we actually, I don't think we met, but I'm open. But I think we spoke, but this letter correctly put on record what I said, Chair. Yes.
Then you go on to say, I am therefore acceding to your demand to terminate your employment forthwith.
That's correct, Chair.
See, Mr. Montana, this would suggest that the decision was only made on the 19th, not on the 18th. I'm only saying to you that when one reads the letter, that's what appears.
No, Chair. You remember the letter is giving effect to my decision, which I'd conveyed to her. I think that I don't know how significant, how material it is. I'm saying in my testimony, I'm saying to the commission, on the 18th, I've made that decision, I've conveyed to her, and then I put it in black and white. This letter correctly captures that. I don't know whether if I'd given
I was under the, I see that you signed it on the 20th. If you look at the, now at the end of the letter, if you signed it on the 20th, if you signed the letter the following morning or the following day after the discussion on the phone with Ms. Ngoye, then that would tend to support the idea that the version that the discussion on the phone would have been on the evening of the 19th, unless it's not a situation that the letter came the day after the conversation.
I think probably that's what happened, but
Yes.
I'm saying that we didn't have this matter over a 3-day period.
Yeah,
It was
yes.
the previous night and the next day.
Yes,
following day.
okay,
So
okay.
it's either the date may not be correct,
Yes.
or vice versa. So
Yes.
I accept that, Chair.
No, that's fine. I think that probably resolves it. If in terms of when the conversation was, if you say the letter was signed the day after the telephone conversation, then it would have to be the 19th.
Yes, Chair, because I think in her own affidavit, Chair, she starts on the 18th,
Yes.
and then she says we indeed met on 19th of the 19th.
Yeah.
And I can't recall why the date is the 20th, Chair.
Okay,
So I
okay.
think, yeah.
Okay. I don't know, Mr. Son.
Chair,
Your memory is fresher
Yes.
on these things than mine. Yeah.
Yes. The point is, Chairperson, what is clear from Ms. Ngoye's affidavit is they had a telephone conversation on the 18th. It was an unhappy conversation. Mr. Montana says it was an aggressive conversation. We can accept both versions, it doesn't matter. But Ms. Ngoye says she was only told on the 19th that she was being dismissed when she met Mr. Montana face to face. Mr. Montana's version is he told her on the 18th. So that is the difference between them. And I'm saying, Chairperson, that the letter, which indicates that there is a reference to the face-to-face meeting on the 19th, would suggest that Ms. Ngoye's version is correct, that she was only told on the 19th, not on the 18th.
But in the end, I think you made some point earlier, I just want you to remind me, whether it would make any difference whether she was told on the 18th or 19th.
Chairperson, what would happen, what it would say is this, and I accept in the final analysis not much will depend on it, but it would show that Ms. Ngoyi's version is the more probable when one has all the evidence in hand.
No, Chair.
Yeah, no, what I was interested in is whether it makes any difference whether she was told on the 18th or 19th, because it's accepted she was dismissed.
Yes, yes.
It's a question of whether she was told on the 18th or 19th. On the face of it, it shouldn't matter, but I may be missing something.
No, Chairperson, I was merely highlighting the manner in which the dismissal took place. That Mr. Montana, you will recall, and I'll just ask you to respond to this, Mr. Montana, and the Chairperson asked this earlier, you had already made up your mind at the time you were dismissing Mr. Dingazwayo, because you said so on the last occasion, that you were also going to dismiss Ngoyi. That's what you said on the last occasion.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. I was merely saying, Chairperson, that what would emerge then is that what is contained in the letter is in fact an ex post facto reflection on why Ms. Ngoyi was being dismissed, because the decision had been made even before the 18th. At the time Mr. Dingazwayo was being dismissed.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure why, I'm still not sure why it makes any difference whether it was on the 18th or 19th, because Mr. Montana says we had a conversation.
Yes.
I fired her because she was insolent, she was subordinate, she dared me to fire her, and I fired her. He says, well, because I viewed her as part of that campaign, I had made up my mind to fire certain people, including her. But whether it was going to happen, I'm not sure, because sometimes I would take a decision and then I would be persuaded. You know. So I'm saying I'm not sure. It may be that it doesn't.
It may be
much
splitting
difference.
hairs, Chairperson. I accept that.
Yeah. Okay.
Chair, can I say, I think on the first point, the Chair, the point you've made, that this, for me, it's not a big issue.
Yes, yeah.
I think
yeah.
that I've been consistent in terms of what was built, and I think my earlier response,
in terms of what was in your mind.
what was in my mind and what would ultimately happen. But this letter specific, and Chair, just to help Mr. Soni, I'm saying the last paragraph. You see, because and let me, and I'm addressing the second part, Mr. Soni, of what you're saying. Mr. Soni, you recall, Chair, and why I don't want to leave this issue hanging in the way Mr. Soni summarized.
Yeah.
Ms. Ngoyi was saying she was being targeted. And even when she was here at the commission, she said, I'm being fired because, or being suspended, even now, because I'm a corruption bastard. I'm being victimized and everything. She mentioned a lot of things. Chair, something that I do not accept. But if you look at the last paragraph on the first page, you say, and I'm describing what happened on the 18th. Be that as it may, in light of you daring me to request you to fire me, I, in my capacity as the group CEO, now that sentence continues. It captures what happened on the 18th, not on the 19th. But again, Chair, for me, it's not a big issue. The principle is one. Was she fired? And I indicate the reason why. So this would have been, if we use a different word, it would be the, what is it called? The last straw, probably. I think let's use that word.
Well, actually, I was thinking.
Exactly. That was the last straw. But if let's say she said with me, she didn't dare, she didn't even dare me on that particular day, would she have been fired? I think, Chair, that's still a question. And
Yes.
unfortunately, we can't speculate about it, Chair.
I will offer you something, and you must just give me your comment. In the light of how strongly you felt against people whom you viewed as being part of the campaign that you talked about in your email, and in the light of the fact that you viewed her as part of that campaign, and in the light of the fact that in your own mind you had made up your mind to fire such people, the probabilities are that she was going to be fired. What happened may just have brought forward what was going to happen in all probability. We are not saying certainly, but
Indeed, Chair.
on all probability. Would you think that's fair?
No, it's fine. It was the probability
Yes.
was very high.
Was very high,
That
yeah.
should be fired, Chair.
Yes,
I think my mind was very clear.
Yes, yeah.
About that issue, Chair.
Yes. Okay, I think
That resolves it
yeah,
completely,
yeah,
Chairperson, yes.
yeah.
Then, Mr. Montana, at paragraph 21, she continues, and if I could just summarize it, we don't need to deal with it in detail because I think it's agreed that they approached the chairperson this time, not Mr. Buthelezi, but Mr. Molefe. He asked you to reconsider. The terminations were ended, but they were then put on suspension. That's correct, both she and Mr. Dingiswayo.
No, Chair, it is correct, but I think she wasn't there. Let me just share with the commission, Chair. We had a scheduled board meeting. It was meant to start at 10. When we arrived, of course, they didn't raise the issue with the board. They've lobbied Mr. Molefe. So they took their letters to Mr. Molefe and say, we've been fired and everything. So myself and Mr. Molefe, Mr. Popo Molefe, we then had a discussion before the board. In fact, we delayed the board meeting for about 2 hours because there was a big fight between myself and Mr. Molefe. And I asked him, why are you a shop steward of these employees? There are employees who are being suspended, who are being disciplined in this company. You don't speak for them. Why? Then we had, and we were holding the board meeting for a long time. We then reached a compromise. And I said, no, it's fine. I'm going to bring these people back, and I'm going to then discipline them. So I then asked our legal department, our ER team to prepare letters. The one was for me to resign the dismissal. The other one was then to give them a letter suspending them pending a disciplinary action. So we did that, Chair. So it was not a meeting where the chair came and we had a big fight for 2 hours. And part of the issue that I was conveying to Mr. Molefe, that you see, these employees, she's daring me precisely because you are standing behind them. So all these wrong things are now starting to have a toll. But as long as I'm CEO, rest assured, I'm going to act against these people. If they don't follow lawful instructions from me as their immediate boss, I'm going to act. So the compromise was that it's fine. I said to him, there's no way I can take them back without them then facing the charges as it were. And that's what I did. And by the time I left PRASA, these people were in fact still under suspension. And Ms. Ngoye, more specifically, she had charges brought against her, including this one of insubordination, including many other charges, including the SA fencing gate matter. So they were all under if I remember well, for example, a disciplinary case was set, the date was set, and I think that the council, I think if I remember well, the name came and ran away from me again. Now, the date was set, Chair. I left PRASA. And what happened, Chair, after I've left is...
Would she have been legally represented at such a disparate hearing?
Yeah, indeed, Chair.
Oh, is that so?
Indeed, yes.
Okay.
And I wouldn't be, I would put, unless if her legal representative would say, we want the group CEO. There are instances where, for example, whether in the disciplinary case or at the CCMA, I've been called. Yes, Kasim, a senior counsel, Kasim.
Oh, I've got Nazir Kasim.
Indeed, Chair, was the person who was going to preside over that particular matter.
Or to preside as chairperson.
As chairperson.
Oh, I thought that you were saying that Ms. Ngoye was going to be legally represented.
No, she was entitled to have that, Chair.
Or she was entitled to have it.
She was entitled.
And it was not arbitration, or was it a CCMA thing?
No, Chair, no, it was still, you recall, Chair, I withdrew the letters.
Internal.
It was an internal disciplinary
Yeah,
process. Chair.
okay.
Now, what happened, Chair, is that after I've left, and you remember the 57 million rand is a big, 58 million rand to SA Fence and Gate. I'll speak about it during my, it's a big issue, Chair. Now, after I've left, what happened, I think that PRASA brought in Norton Rose, the law firm, and they declared everyone, including people that were suspended on the organization, some of them for serious transgressions, some of them even about money. People who have stolen money in the company. Now, everyone was on this bandwagon that no, they were fired by Montana, and people that have got nothing to do with me, who don't report to me, some of them who are real thieves, who are charged because they've been caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and they were returned, all of them, and on a mass scale, came back. So, and then those that were remaining were interned and suspended, Chair. So you can see that in an organization where there's a battle in the leadership, particularly between a chair and a CEO, you have that kind of a thing where the organization is split in between. And what is the result? The result is that the operations of the business, the morale of staff, the discipline collapses. And that's what happened in PRASA, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Sonny.
Just on that point, Chairperson, and this is just for the record, not to raise a fresh dispute. In the last sentence of paragraph 21, Ms. Ngoyi says that after the suspension was lifted, the acting group CEO, Mr. Nati Kena, found no evidence of misconduct. I'm just placing that on record. I'm not, it's just in relation to the point you made, Chairperson, about whether there was an inquiry.
Yes.
So I want to put on record, there was an inquiry. And if somebody is charged for irregular approval of 58 million rands and many other transgressions, one of the charges related to, because when she acted in my position in that December, when I was on leave, it was not only the SA Fence and Gate matter that she approved. There's a whole range of other matters, Chair, that were irregularly approved by her. It was part of a charge sheet. Now, you can't say because Mr. Montana is gone, the board has got an obligation to make sure that they verify and check and say, we think that this one is stands, this one doesn't stand, Chair. And I think that if you look at the report of the public protector, you'd actually see, Chair, that the people who are not disciplined at PRASA are actually the heart of what the public protector raised. I think I don't agree with the public protector's report. But if you look at what has happened, Chair, because the report came after I've left. So they selected certain matters in the public protector report to dismiss a whole range of other employees. And then those that are actually mentioned in the report. I mean, let's take one good example. I won't go into it, just to mention it. The matter we discussed about the prime media issue. Who was central to it? It's Mr. Hulel. And that matter is raised in the public protector report. There's a matter of the brand leadership, the appointment of brand leadership. Who is central to it? It's Mr. Hulel. It's in the public protector report. He's not been disciplined. If you look at the Werksman's report, it mentioned the people who were part of the adjudication. It mentioned all of them, Mr. Hulel, Ms. Ngoye, all of them in that order. Chair, those are the people who remain at PRASA. So yes, she makes that statement. But knowing and following up on all the details, Chair, it never happened. It was basically what you call, I used to interview shop stewards, what they call, no, they use the word booty scheme. So it was basically one of their own who's been brought in, but to justify bringing her in and other people, they brought in a whole range of other people, some of them facing serious transgressions, they never faced. Chair. If this commission were to review, for example, Chair, the charges for some of the people, you'll actually be shocked that they were brought back. So the board says we want to fight corruption. The board says we want to fight improper conduct. But 50% of the people that they regard as their own people are not subjected to this kind of things, Chair. And I think it's a separate issue. I agree with Mr. Soni. Let's not pursue it. But there was not a proper inquiry that you say the board exercised its fiduciary responsibilities in this particular matter.
No, that's fine. No, those matters, one wouldn't go into them, but nevertheless, it might be good to just have a look, for example, at the charge sheet against Ms. Ngoye, in the light of what you say, Mr. Montana, but also it would also just be helpful to see whether Mr. Kenner, in concluding that there was no evidence of misconduct on the part of Ms. Ngoye, whether he prepared any document that showed that he had applied his mind to what was there, and whether he had been furnished, he secured, for example, statements from people who may have had information relating to the charges. Because obviously, if it was something that went along the lines, oh, they were charged by Montana, so there can't be a case, that wouldn't be acceptable. But if there was a proper application of mind to look at what evidence is there, what do witnesses have to say, were witnesses interviewed, and one would also have thought it would have been important to get Mr. Montana's version, because he's the one who made the decision to dismiss, to say, before finally saying, but there's no basis for charging these people, to say, what do you have to say? And what about this? What about that? That kind of thing. I mean, from what Mr. Montana has said, it seems like he was not asked for anything. Is that correct?
No, Chair, I was never asked.
Yeah.
But
So-
Chair, just for the record, a part of my annex charge, I deal with those charges. I
With
put them
those
there
charges,
to assist
yes.
the commission to see,
Yeah.
to show how serious the charges were.
Yeah. No, that's fine. So it would be good to see what Mr. Kenner had or what he prepared, which led him to the conclusion. Because if what Mr. Montana is saying, it may be that PRASA, up to a certain level, had become factionalized, as it were. Say, there are those who are Montana's ones, and there are those who are the chairperson's people. But we don't know, but that he gives that impression that it may have been that situation. Okay, all right.
Chairperson, I see it's 20 past 11.
Yes.
We could go on for another 10 minutes and then break for tea because we started late.
We can go, we can take the break now, or we can take it at 11:30. It depends whether, from your side.
Yes, I just want to
matters.
finish this part of the
Okay,
affidavit
finish it,
and-
yeah.
And then we
That's
can
fine.
take Mr. Montana, and then at paragraphs 22, 23, and 24, Ms. Ngoi raises different questions which have come up about Prodigy and Swifambo and so on. We've dealt with most of them.
Yes, Chair, except that I still want to put on record, especially in relation to 23. In relation to 23, because I think you recall we closed on the basis of me discussing Swifambo, Verksmans, and other issues. And I think you'd recall my point. I just want to put it on record.
Yes.
Because here Mr. Ngoye says, she describes the court, the High Court and the Supreme Court of Appeal on Swifambo. And in my affidavit, Chair, and other papers in court, I've said I want those members of the bid adjudication committee to be someone to explain their role, because that's where bid evaluation committee and bid adjudication committee, those are the people who give scores, Chair. They must each one explain under oath. I gave Swifambo 5, I gave another company 10, okay? Because it's easy to say it happened during the tenure. You know, one thing I hear, Chair, so often, I read the Verksman's report, we hear, it happened under the tenure of Mr. Montana. I don't want that, Chair. I want to hear somebody say, I gave company X a score of 10 at the instruction of Mr. Montana. But you can't say it happened under the tenure of Mr. Montana. I mean, it's you are basically throwing my name, but you are not linking me to the crime scene. So I must have this thing hanging over my head. It's a cloud that it happened under Mr. So you can see here, Chair, that all those three things that is being mentioned, they support one thing. The conclusion is there under 24, because the issue is to show that Mr. Moodley was involved. I argued and showed, for example, that when we dealt with Strawberry Works, that Ms. Ngoye signed the actual contract is part of my annexures, Chair. I show also about 12 emails between Mr. Chauke under Mrs. Ngoye and the Strawberry Works. Now, the big question, Chair, why, if there was such a cooperation between Ms. Ngoye and a team with Strawberry? Okay? They didn't know Mr. Moodley at that time. They only knew about Mr. Moodley when Mr. Molefe joined PRASA. So you can see, Chair, that we have to ask difficult questions, or else people will then go away with murder, just making an accusation that board members Chair, I can refute 22 and go into details, but I don't think it will help this particular process, because in my affidavit, in my public protector review application, I deal in fact with each of those details there, but I don't think this is a time. I'm just simply saying that I just want to put on my record that 22, 23, 24, I reject as they stand, Chair.
Well, it's just a pity that the challenges which happened in regard to affidavit happened, because I would have preferred a situation where, if you are dealing with paragraphs 22, 23, 24, you deal with them fully, including whatever documents you have, so that when one looks at certain things, at the evidence, at your response to Ms. Ngoye's evidence and allegations, one gets the full picture. But I accept that we are where we are. In the end, what may happen is that one will read what you have to say about paragraphs 22 to 24 somewhere, and then somewhere else find something else that belongs here as well. But I think that's fine. We are just doing the best we can in the circumstances.
Chair, can I say for the record that those issues are in fact not as a response, in detail.
Yeah.
I dealt with in my affidavit.
Yes.
I've interacted with the team, Chair, for your information. Last week, we discussed my affidavit. We had agreed, I've even sent on Friday a revised affidavit on some of those issues. We're meant to meet on Friday to then sort out the annexures in relation to each. We had agreed to meet tomorrow, I think, Chair. Okay. So that's what we'll do. So I think, Chair, they are not being lost. I'm just putting on record my position so that I can deal with them and the supporting evidence on each of these matters, Chair.
No, that's fine. I'm tempted to say something now. I'm going to say it, Mr. Montana. You have a right to say nothing if you don't want to say anything. You have a right to say something. I was speaking with a legal team of somebody who was reluctant to testify in the absence of his counsel in the commission. And I used you as an example. I said, well, Mr. Montana comes here, doesn't bring any lawyers. He has had concerns with the commission. He has articulated his concerns, but he decided to take part in the proceedings. And I said, he's telling his side of the story. And I doubt that if he was asked, he would say he's not being heard fairly. I think he will probably concede he's being heard fairly.
No, indeed, Chair. I'm quite, there are still issues that I still will raise in the process. And I think, Chair, when I got the summons from the commission, I reflected deeply on it. What is the role of the commission? What do you want to achieve? And I've used strong words, Chair. I think that if the commission, for example, on the media side, on the thing, I've criticized certain things. And Chair, I still have some of those on record in my affidavit. But I've made a decision. I'll respect the commission, I'll respect the Chair. And I'll go there without fear or favor, put forward my views on these issues. And Chair, I do. I prefer to write my own affidavits, and then I do consult with some of the best legal minds, and they'll tell me, don't say this, don't say that. And there are times when I go rogue and say, no, I'm not going to follow what they've said, Chair. So I do seek legal advice, Chair. But I think the story of PRASA is my story, Chair. There was no PRASA. I was given a mandate by government to form PRASA. And it was one of the things, it was not just forming PRASA. They said, look, our railways are falling apart. Let's have an intervention. Let's have an investment program. Let's modernize so that our railways can match with railways all over the world. Now that story, Chair, I had to go through difficulties. We know that cabinet made this decision in December 2004. We only formed PRASA 5 years down the line. But the decision to restructure the railways was made by government in 2000. So it took an entire 10 years, Chair, even before we went down to this process. So I was a central person into this, and Chair, I'll be honest, it saddens me when I look at the PRASA I left in 2015 and the PRASA I see today. I'm not saying it was a perfect organization. The railways were still facing a lot of challenges. But as I say in my affidavit, we're on a transition towards creating and delivering a modern train system for the country. And I don't think anyone can tell that story than me.
Yes.
And that's why, Chair, I wrote to you on July 2019, because I said, I want to tell the story of South African railways.
I must just say, because you have said that before and I've never said this, I don't have a recollection of having seen that letter, but it's been 2 years. Maybe I did and I've forgotten. But I don't know whether you got any response. I think you have said you never got a response.
No, Chair. In fact, I wrote I think it was on the 26th. On the 2nd of August, the commission responded. We had a meeting at the commission's offices.
Oh, okay.
And
okay.
then at the end of August, I gave the first draft of my affidavit.
2019, you
2019,
said.
Chair.
Oh,
That is why in my
2020.
that is why, Chair, I said in my statement, I've been trying to come to the commission. It has taken me 2 years.
Yeah.
But because we then on the journey had a big fight, Chair,
Yeah.
about what I should say in my affidavit, what I shouldn't say. But the principle of it, Chair, I've made the decision. I've consulted with my family.
Yeah.
They said, look, and some of the leaders have said, look, we think you should go to the commission. And I said, no, I believe the commission is pursuing a predetermined agenda and all of those things. But they said, look, we think, go there. And I said, Chair, if the commission treats me badly, if Mr. Soni treats me badly and everything, I'll just carry my bags and say, Chair, I know I've been summoned, but I'm now leaving because I don't think my story is being heard. So far, this is my 4th day. I think, Chair, the Commission has been very open. I must comment that. You've given quite a lot of assurances on the issues that we need to discuss. And the big issue for me, Chair, was the acceptance of my affidavit. Because at some stage, I got a letter from the Commission saying, you can come and speak without the affidavit. And I said, that's unheard of. I'll never, even if you put me into prison, I'll never testify without my story. Chair, this affidavit, it's my own response. And I'm saying,
Your
Chair.
story.
Yeah, and I'm saying, Chair, and you'll see when you read it, Chair, and this will be my last point. I'm saying at the beginning of my affidavit, because for me, when I ask, why should I go after the ANC said all of us must go before the Commission, I then said, Chair, that this would be my report back. The nation gave us a mandate about these railways. And Chair, it is big, not because for any other reason. Because I said I'll use this commission to give a report back to the nation on the important work. And I come here walking tall, Chair. For me, I heard people talking about corruption and all of those things. And maybe, Chair, I listened to the president last week. I said, when I come here, I'm going to make a joke and say, Chair, can we put all of these accusations against me behind us? Because that's what the president said. But I'm here, Chair. I'm here.
Yeah.
I want to be held accountable in this forum. That's also one important thing.
Yes.
But I think the story of South African Railways and the transformation we've embarked upon, not everything is about corruption. Where I've made mistakes, Chair, let them be pointed out.
Yeah.
But to project this thing that there was this grand corruption and all of those things is so false. I don't share that view, Chair.
Okay, no, that's fine. I thought I would just say that because I was tempted to say it, so I thought, let me say it and give you the freedom not to say anything or to say something. But look, Mr. Montana, we as a commission, I think we try our best. We take our work seriously. We are acting in good faith. We might be misunderstood sometimes, but we are doing the best we can, and we accept that people will have different views about our work and the commission, and we hold no grudges. We say it's fine, it's a public process, and we just keep on trying to do our best. That's all.
Thank you, Chair.
And I'm happy that you made the decision to participate. And as I said when we started this morning, you have, since you started appearing, you have been very cooperative. You have been availing yourself, even at short notice, to appear. So we appreciate that cooperation. I'm
generally uncooperative, Chair, but respecting the Chair, I think, Chair, that's, But you're getting a true reflection of who I am, Chair. When I read the newspapers, the way I'm described, I always ask, is this me they're talking about? I don't think my mom or my dad, when they read about what is being said about me by some of these publications, they said all sorts of terrible things. But we've got to rise above all of those. And I hope that in future, our media in particular, will understand that their job is not only the so-called speaking truth to power. They also have got the duty to inform, to enable citizens to be able to make informed decisions and participate effectively. Now, if the media mislead them and project others and take sides, they're not going to have. It actually undermines democracy, Chair. We want the media that first and foremost must understand that they, even before they speak truth to power, they have a duty to inform and educate. That is an integral part of the thing. So this notion where you take what the late Edward Said, the Palestinian intellectual, when he delivered the Reed lectures about speaking truth to power, the media is very excellent in doing that, Chair. Where you select... And I want to stop you now. They run with things, Chair. So speak truth to power, but inform and educate. And I think that's important for me, Chair. Thank you. Okay, no, that's fine. Let's take the... Oh, were you done or were you not done, Mr.?
I just need to ask two questions, and I know we passed it, but I'm just hoping that will hasten things.
Yeah, okay.
I just In regard to Swifambo, Mr. Montana, because you know all the allegations that have been made, I want to ask you, Mr. Mackenzie Mabunda, we've dealt with him before in your evidence. He was a transactional advisor on the Swifambo contract?
No, not
He
to
was
us.
not to
No,
PRASA?
no.
Definitely not.
Not with us, Chair. No.
Okay. Can I then ask you to please look at bundle C1, SS4, page 214.133.
Well, I didn't know you were going to refer us to another bundle. Maybe we should take the adjournment.
Oh, as
yes,
it is,
yeah,
yes,
let's
yes.
take the adjournment. I thought it was just going to be quick.
No.
Yeah.
It's just two passages from
Yeah.
that bundle.
Okay, no, let's take the tea break. It's 25 to 12. Let's resume at 10 to 12.
As you
We adjourn.
Ke lo mpetsa ka di-surprises. Ke bomo e fe e dropang le yona. And in my affidavit, I deal with that at great length, Chair. And let me be honest, Chair, I listened to the testimony last week of the ANC president, Mr. Ramaphosa. That contrasts very strongly with what I say, Chair. The ANC worked in a particular way. And as a result, the ANC ended up being defrauded because a lot of people could come and say, we want to raise money in the name of the movement. And they'll say the movement, the ANC, referring to themselves. And most of them, that money doesn't even end up in the ANC. When I saw this statement, I tried to meet with the Treasurer General of the ANC at that time, Dr. Zondo Commission, whom I've met. I've worked with him, in fact, very closely, and I described that in the affidavit. And I've met with Dr. Zondo Commission at the home of Maria Gomez. We discussed ANC finances and all of those things there. Money, Chair, Ms. Gomez is a businesswoman involved. Ms. Gomez was never involved with PRASA. Was never involved with Sufambo. She was never involved in the locomotive tender. She was a businesswoman. I knew her and her husband very well, Chair, through our ANC activities. So, Chair, I've been involved in many ANC activities. And the unfortunate thing, I hear the leadership of the ANC come and say, you know, this is the work of some people. No, it's a way of life in the ANC, Chair. There's no state or a single state-owned enterprise that the ANC has not approached, Chair. Because I was a CEO.
I'm sorry, just repeat that.
Chair, I want to repeat it and maybe you want that on record.
Just that I didn't hear it properly.
Chair, I'm saying the African National Congress approached state-owned enterprises. It had its own conferences, it had a special section, deployed cadres, including those that, and the president was correct when he said, not each and every person appointed by in government on SOEs was appointed because it was a deployed cadre. But once they're there, Chair, you'll see they're all regarded as deployed cadres. And there's a table then the ANC conference. They're approached by the ANC either as an organization or by individual leaders of the ANC or by people who claim that we're raising money for the movement. Half of that money probably doesn't go to the, and I'll explain why I'm taking you through this, Chair. Half of that money doesn't even get through to the ANC. Now, the Sufambo contract, Chair, was never a corrupt contract. It will never be a corrupt contract. And Mr. Soni, I will deal with the issue as well about you had liquidators here. And I watched when the commission interviewed the liquidators. Chair was in stitches, including when one of the Mr. Sex who said, I've interviewed this thing. He says, and as they also in the transcript, we acknowledge that I know nothing about this tender or this transaction. So the ANC approaches people. The ANC would approach us as CEOs of these state-owned enterprises, public entities, asking for...
And most of them, even if not, maybe not all of them, most of them would have been recommended by its deployment committee, I would suspect.
Who
the CEOs of
well,
the state.
No, not Chair. I think not all of them, Chair.
No, I'm saying most, maybe most.
Probably not, Chair.
Not even that, yeah, okay.
Chair, I think in fact, you know, when I was listening to the president very carefully.
Yeah.
And I think that, and I went as part of my review, and I wrote about it on social media. If the ANC leadership wants to assist this commission, they shouldn't try and put blame on people. They must come and say, we want to say to the country, there's a certain way in which we did things. These things happened before even the law on funding for political parties. The way we funded our conference, the way in which we, prior to major conferences of the ANC, the tables being sold and all of those things. CEOs of companies, they're either buying these tables, Chair, or that they'll get suppliers to that business to come and buy tables. People come, Chair, our own leaders, even for their own businesses, and I described that at great length in my affidavit. So I think, and I'm a member of the ANC, Chair. I've been a member of the ANC. I joined when I was a student at Mamelodi High School. I remain a member of the ANC. I've served that organization with loyalty, and probably will die as a member of the African National Congress. But Chair, this thing of trying to talk about state capture, these things, it belongs to Zuma, is false. The ANC is a way of life. And and I thought that we lost an opportunity when the president was here. The ANC should have said there are certain things we used to do as a party, as an organization. And we think, with hindsight, when we reflect on where our country is going, we're looking at the culture that is developing, the culture of corruption. We think that because we are the governing party, because of the issue of incumbency, yes, you'll find that people who get involved in this, in one way or the other, are members of the ANC, but not all of them. Some of them, Chair, when they got positions, they become even very close to the ANC. People who know nothing about the ANC, who have never worked for the ANC, who most of them, some of them, I mean, I see people that I regard as sellouts. In my own language, Chair, I think you see where I stand in the political terrain, Chair. So these are people who become, either they get appointed to positions, some of them buy their own positions, they sell even some of these things. Now, if you go back to Polokwane, conference of the ANC, the president made a joke, Chair, that you seem to know more about the ANC issues that are there. I'm coming to link it to the Fambo, Chair, but I want to deal with the bigger context. Because for me, this issue, when I saw Popo Molefe's affidavit and say 80 million was given to the ANC, I then had a big struggle. I was outside of PRASA. I've worked with the ANC, I've worked with the Treasurer General. I wanted to find out this 80 million, what was it all about? Where is it coming from? Because I didn't know, Chair. It's not like we paid to Fambo 80 million to pay to the ANC. There was never such a thing. Oswald was approached. And he asked me, Chair, and say, hey, do you think it's a good idea? Oswald is involved in many other businesses, Chair. He's an engineer. He says,
I'm sorry, just for the record, when you talk about Oswald, you're talking about Mr. Mashawa.
Mashawa, yeah. Sorry, Mr. And he says,
But also, I must just say, I know that you said you would link what you were saying with this issue, but I'm not sure whether you stopped on the way. I have a feeling that you were telling a certain story and then.
No, Chair, I want to deal with the ANC, linked to Swefambo and everything.
Yeah, okay.
But I want to start at the broader level and narrow it down. Because last week you had the presentation. I think the president of the ANC, I'm not talking about the president, the ANC was here last week. And I want to say, Chair, without any fear, that what the ANC told the commission can never be true, Chair. Those of us who are in the public service, before we were even CEOs, we know the ANC has had a particular way of doing things. If the ANC has come to a correct determination, and this thing doesn't start in 2007, Chair, because Jacob Zuma is the president. If you look at the conference of the ANC, the president spoke about the diagnostic that was done at Nazareth. No, Chair. Former President Kgalema Motlanthe, when he was the Secretary General of the ANC, he dealt with this issue at length in Polokwane. He gave a detailed report. And this report, he was actually warning us against these things. He said, we are beginning to see a disturbing trend.
I actually seem to remember from the media at the time that the reports in the media of the report he had made in Polokwane was said to have been, well, I'm not using the words that was used, but the impression I got was that he had been brutally honest to the organization about challenges and so on.
In the Chair. Chair, I agree with that. I I was at Polokwane as a deployed cadre. I was not representing a branch.
This information is information I get from the media.
Well, Chair, it is not. Chair, it is in my
Any
affidavit.
knowledge I have is such as based on what I
Chair, it
get
is in-
from the public here.
Sorry, Chair, it is in my affidavit. And I say in my affidavit, the ANC is such a massive organization. It's got nothing to fear. It's an organization of the people. And it can say to this commission and assist our country. We think we may have created, in the way we did things, we may have created conditions for corruption. We may have created conditions for some of the things that are there. It doesn't make the ANC accused number one. It basically that is reflecting honestly. Today you have leaders of the ANC who come because some of them, they're not in government, but they'll take advantage of the standing of the ANC in society, even in SOEs. They'll come and approach us and try to beat and push for the interest of businesses where they're involved in, using the name of the ANC to get money, Chair. And always the movement, the movement, the movement. So I think that when the ANC was here last week, and it was tell each other, Chair, you said at some stage there will be a time when we have to face each other in the eyes and tell each other the truth. And I think the time has arrived, Chair, that the ANC hopefully it will still come back here. And I think when we deal with my affidavit, Chair, I deal with what I believe the way the ANC operated. Chair, the ANC, I worked with it. They'll give me a list of suppliers that the ANC owed. And so we think you must assist us in this way. They're not asking me because I'm lucky from Mamelodi. They were doing that because they say, hey, you've got networks, you've got influence, use it to help us. And Chair, no one. I heard again the president says, and Popo Molefe said the same thing when he was before you, Chair, said, we do not want public funds to be used for party political activity. Chair, it's not true. I listen, Chair, and I just walk up and down in my room. When I listen to this type of things, when the ANC organizes event in the January 8th statement, the leadership of the ANC said to Minister Dipuo Peters, we don't have a transport plan. We want Lucky to come and help us, PRASA to help us organize this thing. Who paid for these things? And she's not told by one person in a corner. She's told by the leadership of the ANC when they make preparations. So I think the organization, the ANC, can take a bold step. Currently, they want to project it that is those who are corrupt and those who are not corrupt. And Chair, when you go deeper into it, and I want to assist this commission, because at least once a month, I would go to the ANC HQ, the Tutuli House. If they don't bend those papers, every time you go there, you sign. If you say, bring them and see the people who go there, you'll see that CEOs would go there, Chair. My own colleagues, I won't mention them, I don't want to speak for them. But they'll tell you, Chair, that they'll even ask you, hey, we're under pressure on this thing. How do we deal with it? Because we speak amongst ourselves as CEO. For the ANC leadership to come in and pretend that, no, we have supported this commission and everything, but don't assist this commission to solve the fundamental problems facing our society. I think it's not correct, Chair. And I'm saying this not because I want to attack anyone. I said I want to come and assist the commission. Chair, the ANC has had lots of events. The ANC have had some of the debts the ANC had when Dr. Zolim Kizo was Treasurer General. Were sorted out by me. I had to speak to these companies and say, can you deal with the ANC debt differently? Because some of them were taking the, actually on one day, one of the days, the sheriff of the court was on his way to attach furniture at the ANC headquarters. And I was told I had to speak to a CEO of a large transport company that I knew very well. And say, but you do work for the country, for the government, you have this, you've got a tender and everything. Can you really take furniture from the ANC headquarters for 2,000, or rather 2 million rands? Chair, me and Dr. Zolim Kize, I know that he has sent an affidavit denying all of that. But I tried to track Mrs. Gomez because I wanted her to file an affidavit before this commission, even if she's not in the country. She'll say, Chair, that we were meeting all the time to look at the monies for the ANC inside the country and outside. Now, when the 80 million rand came in, so I'm dealing with the big part.
Yeah.
That the big part I'm saying this commission.
Well, before you go to the narrower part, you did refer to the fact that I said if we don't want things that, according to the evidence that the commission has had, have happened in the past to happen again, it's critical that we reflect very honestly on what it is that made those things, that made it possible for those things to happen.
Absolutely, Chair.
Because if we don't know what made it possible for those things to happen, we can't put in place correct measures to prevent them from recurring in the future. And so I repeat that we as a country and we as individuals, we as different groups have to look honestly at what it is that brought us here. And it probably is not a single thing. It probably a number of things. Let's look at those. And then when we know what it is that made it possible for those things to happen, we can look at what it is that we should put in place to make sure those things don't happen again. So to the extent that you really do have information that can assist in that regard, we would appreciate it. So I just wanted to reaffirm that. But you were moving into the
Specific, Chair.
thing. Yeah.
Chair, I wanted to read just for the record on my section on the ANC.
Yeah.
One of the conclusions, I just want to read them into record.
Yeah.
They are part of my affidavit, I'll deal with them. I say, having dealt with looking at the 52nd National Conference and the report of Secretary General Kgalema Motlanthe, and I said to this commission, I said the ANC should open about the last 25 years, should be very open. And I said the ANC is not on trial and should not be afraid of this challenge. It should draw strength as the party of the overwhelming majority of the people of South Africa and lead the change it wishes to see in our own society. The ANC has in a way a special role in our society and should fulfill its mission. It is only through this that the ANC will remain a heritage of all the people of South Africa. Chair, I was disappointed when I listened to what the ANC told you in this commission. Our president was here. And I thought that the leadership of the country will take a great leap and reflect honestly on what has happened over the past few years. We missed a big opportunity precisely because we wanted to be here to say the ANC was courageous, it dealt with the issue of state capture. And if you put it in that way, we're actually starting at a particular period. You want to ignore what Kgalema Motlanthe said about the dangers of incumbency, what it does to our own society. And some of these things, Chair, may not be criminal, but you could see that they start to erode. I was there, nothing about things that I've heard. Chair. And I said on Twitter last week as the president was testifying, I said if I was DCJ Zondo, I would rise to each and every CEO of a state-owned enterprise and public entity and say, answer two questions. Have you ever made a contribution or been approached by the ANC? Secondly, have you been approached by leaders of the ANC for their own personal businesses, Chair. And you also then put a provision that if you were found to have told a lie, you'll be prosecuted. Okay, Chair, or even if they do under, Chair, but it's been a way of life. And you see, for me, I don't like lies. I believe in the truth. And I came to this commission to tell the truth. It doesn't make me less committed, less of a member of the ANC. But the ANC says we must all come here and testify before you. And I thought they would raise the bar, Chair. And I want to say, Chair, without any fear or favor, we missed a big opportunity to tell the country what is happening and what we need to correct. And I think that once the commission has heard I thought we spoke about, the commission asked the president about what Dr. Zweli Mkhize said. He confirmed. But the ANC asked, did the ANC get the 80 million from Swefambo, as it said? The ANC had issued a statement and said no. And you know what I said to Dr. Mkhize in a text message? If the ANC didn't get the 80 million, which was not coming from us, it was not coming from PRASA, it's not a corrupt deal. And I can't accuse Dr. Mkhize of being corrupt because when this deal happened, he was not even Treasurer General of the ANC. He became Treasurer TG of the ANC later. But Chair, I was there with him at Maria Gomez's house in Athol. And he would come, would sit there, I would be there, would discuss ANC monies. And Dr. Maria Gomez, when the TG has made some of the requests and requirements, sometimes she'll be given even accounts who to pay. And I sit here, I listened to the president last week, and the ANC washes its hands. I think, Chair, the leadership of the ANC's meeting today must reflect honestly on it and say, when we say we want to cooperate with the commission, when we say we want to assist this commission, what is it that we want? And last week, Chair, it was not one of those. I felt ashamed as a member of the ANC that we're not telling the majority of our people the true story. And I've recorded, Chair, I've got a big section on the ANC here, including tenders that people in the ANC got and used their own positions, including some approaches, Chair. And I'm not saying that because I want to prove anyone is wrong, but I think that we should learn from it and say now that we've got the president signing into law this legislation governing the way parties should be. But for the ANC to pretend, Chair, that its own conferences and events are not funded from public funds, it's not true, Chair. I want to put it actually, let me put it as bluntly as it's not true. And this commission maybe shouldn't hear from only the ANC. It must extend its time. I'm now urging, let's extend our time till the end of the year, apply for that. Get the CEOs to tell us what is their relationship. I'm telling my part here. You probably hear even scary things, Chair, from this process. So who must provide leadership on this issue? Who must assist this commission? The ANC is supposed to be the first. It's got nothing to do with winning or losing an election. It must set the basis so that when this commission puts a recommendation, they assist our country so that some of the things, and Chair, they must abandon it. It started, Kgalema Motlanthe was reflecting at the time before Jacob Zuma was president of the Republic, but he was warning us. Maybe he wants to come and the commission want to invite Kgalema Motlanthe, former president, and say, what were you thinking? What was in your mind? What was the ANC thinking on this issue, Chair? But now we are color coding.
But his report, whether he comes or not, his report may be important.
It may be important for the commission, Chair.
Yeah,
and you'll be able to assess
what were the challenges that he talked about in his report in 2007 that may have maybe have been based on things that had happened before 2007, and then look at the SG's report in the Mangaung conference, and maybe look at the SG's report in the 2017 NASREC conference, and see, because I have a suspicion that some of the things are the same that keep on being mentioned.
Chair, hear from a deployed cadre. I didn't apply for a job at Luthuli House. But the ANC gave me a lot of duties as one of their trusted people. And it is a way of life, Chair, in the ANC, that when you're in that position, you also have to find a way, whether directly or indirectly, to assist the ANC. It's a culture that is there, and it's a culture that members of the ANC and its leaders, and I'm talking at the general level, they do approach, Chair, even for their own businesses, Chair, and say, hey man, Montana, can you help us? We are working with these people. They are making contribution to the movement and everything. And it's got nothing, some of it has got nothing to do with the movement. It's people, cadres, enriching themselves, Chair. And I thought the ANC would reflect honestly on this issue, Chair. But enough of that, Chair, for now.
No. You're right enough. We'll move on. But I just want to say this. When you say, if you have just said a few seconds ago, they would come to somebody who is a CEO of an SOE and say, here are these people, we're working with these people. Would that be in the context of saying, when there are tenders, remember them, or what?
Chair, let me give two specific examples. When we are dealing with SA Fence and Gate, there was a tender. And I know that my leader gets angry when I mention it, but it's true. Ino Godongwane, for example, lobbied us that for the tender to be awarded to a particular company. He denies it, it's fine, Chair, but it happened. And that company was Sondolo, and this Sondolo IT. And Sondolo IT is a subsidiary of Bosasa. Okay? Chair, I knew Gavin Woods very well. And sometimes...
Gavin Watson.
Sorry, Gavin Watson. Not Gavin Woods, Gavin Watson. I knew Gavin Watson. And you know, when I look and I listen to how he was being treated, criminal and all of those things, when someone was very close to the ANC, who has done a lot of things for the ANC, and I knew him, a lot of comrades knew him, and Gavin was a good man, a good ANC person. And our people are afraid to come here and say it, Chair, because they want to project the particular picture. And I was proud when I saw Jacob Zuma, former president, speaking the way he spoke at Gavin Watson's funeral. Because we want people of courage, that when it's difficult, we don't wash our hands. The ANC was refusing even to meet me, Chair, because they believed there was this massive corruption at PRASA. And for me, I just stood firm. Okay? I said, you can have it, you can show it in the media, it's not true. An opportunity will arise when I tell the country the truth. Because you can't hide, you can't have this thing forever. Chair, it is a way of life in the ANC, and you not say we are renewing the ANC without looking at these things. But the the transformation of the ANC is a much bigger issue. It has to do with changes in our own society. It's not just a simple question about people who steal and people who don't steal. We can spend 100 years, Chair, accusing each other that who stole what. Some of these things are not true. Our society is changing. The ANC calls itself a leader of society. And when the president was here last week, I wanted to hear how we are being led. I'm not referring to the president, but by the party. So it failed the biggest test of accountability and leadership last week, the ANC. My own party, Chair. Okay? So currently the model it has is to have veterans who speaks because we respect them, we love them because of the enormous sacrifices they've made, the wisdom they bring into the thing. They form themselves, but they've now become a bloc that targets other people. I hear people who know me very well who are part of the veterans who talk about the process corruption, because I don't reply to some of them because they're so senior. I respect them. Some of them have been there since the 60s, and I sent a note to them. Can I please come visit you at home and have tea because I want to show them quietly that what we are repeating is actually so false. There's no basis for it. So, Chair, I'm saying that I'm hoping that before you round up this commission, the ANC will then have the courage to come back and say, we think we stand. I don't think the ANC is accused number one. But I think that a lot of things has happened in the country.
As I understand it, and you must just confirm if my understanding is correct, what you are saying is when the commission has to look at how the levels of corruption rose the way they rose, and how various things happened which are associated with state capture, how those things happened, you say there is a certain way of doing things within the ANC, which is part of their culture that has been there for a long time, which, in your view, must have created or contributed to the environment that made the corruption to rise the way it has risen, or state capture to happen. And if the ANC wants to assist the commission, and if the ANC wants to say, going forward, these things must never happen again, it must start by acknowledging that culture and assist the commission.
Chair, I think more than that.
Yes.
I agree fully, Chair, but I say more than that. As you're speaking, Chair, I was trying to pull out two paragraphs that speaks to this issue for me. I say in my affidavit, Chair, that ANC leaders in and outside of government had used their powerful positions, the huge influence or standing of the ANC in society, to even advance their own personal interest. Leaders would put pressure on many CEOs of SOEs and public entities to assist the ANC or entities in which ANC leaders or members claim belong to the movement. We know many of these had nothing to do with the ANC, but comrades making money for themselves. The name of the ANC was used in vain. But Chair, I'm also going, and I said the modus operandi is that the leader of the ANC would secure meetings for businesses, and they are sometimes paid for their effort. They are paid facilitation fees and more on delivery of projects. These have been happening since the 1990s and not limited to the period under Jacob Zuma. Okay? Now, Chair, then there were issues of monies going into the ANC. Okay? Or accounts being presented. The Maria Gomez story, Chair. When I heard Popo saying 80 million went to the ANC, I didn't know that. I was a CEO of PRASA. I was already out of PRASA. Chair, I traveled. I even went to see Maria on my way to Berlin in 2016. I passed through London and I met Ms. Gomez in London. And I asked her, where is the money? Because I'm now being told that we've got a corrupt deal because money went to the ANC. She said two things, Chair. She confirmed that she's given many monies to the ANC Treasurer General. And that I know because I was there, Chair, when accounts were provided and she would transfer it. That's the one thing, Chair. Particularly in the period leading to the 2014 elections. Chair, there were even other monies being organized from outside where the ANC would send people. Even Maria Gomez traveled, Maria Gomez, I think, with the husband. I can't recall if Dr. Mkhize traveled to one of the African countries, Chair, so that we get money for the ANC's 2014 elections. And when I look at the statement of the ANC, they denounce Maria Gomez. They don't know her. Yet the Treasurer General of the ANC was sitting with them. We're either having lunch or dinner at the house in Athol. We're discussing monies that were going to the ANC. Maria then also mentioned, so she didn't deny that she put money into the ANC. She said this money was for the ANC. And she did that through a Treasurer General. But the ANC issued a statement saying this money didn't come to the ANC. Now, I ask in my affidavit, whose accounts were being provided to Maria Gomez to make a contribution? That is one issue that is there. And I think that, so I'm just saying that there's a lot of stuff that we can talk about, which I thought the ANC would reflect upon them. Now they may say like he maybe is bitter, he's angry. I'm not an angry man, Chair. You can see I'm here. But that's part of the reason why I fight with many leaders in the ANC. Because when the Guptas came to PRASA, I fought with them. But they wanted to do exactly what the Guptas were doing. And I said no to them. I became enemy number one. So it was fine when I fought with the Guptas. But when I say no, it's the same thing. Whether it's in this bottle or in that bottle, it's the same water. It can't be done. So Chair, the 80 million story is not a product of corruption. If that is corruption, Chair, we're going to find a lot of organizations who, for one reason or the other, have won tenders in this country. And they've made contributions to the ANC. They never influenced Dr. Mkhize, and I must defend him in this particular instance. Was not there when we did the PRASA deal. He came there or rather the Sufambo transaction. He came there, he was elected in December 2012, we awarded the contract to Sufambo. He started coming to that space late in 2013, 2014, Chair. And if indeed Maria Gomez gave money to the ANC, we have to check whether it comes from other businesses or it comes from Sufambo, Chair. I don't believe it came from Sufambo. That is one thing that is there. But we know that has been used as a basis to suggest corruption. I looked at the report of the liquidators and the investigators, Chair. Let me say, Chair, they didn't even know what they're talking about. Look at the transcript. The guy says, I don't know the transaction. Yet, he's able to say, in fact, what the reports of that of the investigators to this commission, or rather the liquidators and the investigators, what they're saying to this commission, they're saying two things, Chair. They're saying PRASA didn't pay 3.5 billion in line with the contract. It only paid 2.6 billion. Trains were delivered, Chair. Out of that 2.6 billion, about 2.2, 2.3 billion went to two places. One, it went to Foslo, the company that built trains, which means the money was used to buy components and other things. Now we are satisfied that, actually when I read that report, I was satisfied that the bulk of the money we paid went towards building these trains. That's the first issue. Secondly, the money went to SARS. And that you had about 280 million that went to the directors of Sufambo. Now when you listen to the newspapers, 3.5 billion has been stolen. We never paid 3.5. We paid 2.6 billion rands. 2.3 billion rands went to the company that built the trains, and money went to SARS. And effectively, the issue under discussion is whether the Sufambo was entitled to the 280 million rands and whether it should pay. And what kind of corruption is that? Finally, Chair, the report of the liquidators. For me, when I read it, I was not interested in what I've just said. I wanted to see the money flows. They said, follow the money. I wanted to see who at PRASA has been paid. Not even a single person has been paid. The liquidators and the forensic experts, they never found a single one. Now, what kind of a corrupt deal is that, Chair? It can never be. The issue is that we are now taking how the Sufambo directors use that 280. Buying either be somebody buying a house or whatever. And we say, no, it's proof of corruption. It's not, it's so false, Chair. And I think that as a commission, we need to deal with that, and all the PRASA hearings that we had, I followed them with interest, Chair, because for me, I'm vested in the truth. So the money was paid. Maria has confirmed paying some money. It is not money. She says, no. Like, I'm involved in oil, I'm involved in other things. I put money into the ANC. And as an Angolan, me and my husband, we are the friends of the ANC who put money. The ANC knows that. I met Maria Gomez through leaders of the ANC. Not in some corners because of the PRASA deal. When we did the deal, she was not there. I never knew her, Chair. Finally, Chair, let me say on this one. I tried to see Dr. Mkhize, and it's in my affidavit. Because Chair, I know what I put in my affidavit. People will come and say, it's true, we want to be cross-examined. I'm ready, Chair. But let me say this. I wanted to see Dr. Mkhize, someone that I was working with very closely. I was at Lutuli House or in some instances, and I think also we started working together when he was, because when he was elected, he was still also Treasurer General, so he was still the Premier. And I think that's when the province was still working a mechanism. So he was doing, so sometimes I'll meet him at the airport before he would fly to KZN. So he was doing all of those things. So I'm not talking about things I don't know. I'm talking about things that I was directly involved. When I left PRASA, Chair, of course, Dr. Mkhize at some stage also wanted other deals for the movement, which I rejected, and I became a big enemy. When I tried to discuss the 80 million with him, did the ANC get this money? What happened? I struggled, Chair. I couldn't see Dr. Mkhize. You know how I met him at the hotel? I dropped him an SMS, a text message, and I said, and I was being sarcastic, Chair. And I think Vodacom will give us this SMS. We must ask, Chair, that we get that. I said to Dr. Mkhize, I greeted him, TG. This is a text message. My name is Lucky Montana. You may not remember me. I'm the former Group CEO of PRASA. And I wanted to discuss with you the statement issued by the ANC that they know nothing about the monies that they've received, the 80 million. And I said, if the statement of the ANC, and I use the word if, Chair, guardedly, if the ANC didn't receive this money, and I said, tells me two things. Oswald believes that he made payments to the ANC, and the ANC didn't receive money. And I said, both the ANC and Swefambo, then had been, oh, not Swefambo, but the Oswald Mashaba, had actually been defrauded. And I say, I wish to discuss this issue with you. He sent me a text message, and you know the beauty about text messages, they're on record, Chair, and we can still pull them out and say, here's a fact. He called me. I struggled to see him for months, but I saw him that very day that I sent him a text message. He called me and said, I'm at the hotel in Santen, come and see me. I went there. When I got there, the first thing he did was to berate me, and it's again in my affidavit. How can you say these things on an SMS? Because you know this information can be picked up. Then he said to me, I've received money. He confirmed that receiving money, but I don't know whether it's part of the 80 million rands. And I didn't receive 80 million anyway. So if it was part of the 80 million, I didn't receive all the money. Okay? And that day, Chair, I left knowing part of the truth. And that's when I said, the only person who's going to help is Maria Gomez. At my own cost. I was invited by railway companies, international railway companies, to come to Berlin to discuss railways during the Inotrans. I was no longer at PRASA, Chair, but they told me, we think you should help us in Africa. So I flew there, but I traveled not my usual route, Frankfurt, Berlin. I went via London. And I sent Ms. Gomez, I said, I'm on my way to Berlin, can I see you? She invited.
And of course, you have told me what happened when
what
you
happened
saw
there, Chair. Yeah. And then we spoke, Chair, she confirmed. So Chair, I'm saying that I can relate all of these things. And that is why I hope the ANC would be. But I want to tell the country, Chair, I want to tell this commission, I want to tell the country.
Yeah.
There's a FAMBO contract. It's not a corrupt contract. Even Judge Francis J. You know, Chair, on civil matters, we have a problem, and this will be my last thing.
There have been quite a few of your last points.
Yeah, so this will be the last, I promise you. Judge Francis J. you take that, you also take the Supreme Court of Appeal. On civil matters, we've had courts making really unfortunate statements. When somebody says, Popo Mr. Molefe goes to court and says, we believe that there was wrongdoing. And he mentioned 5 irregularities. And they may be true, they may not be true, Chair. And the courts take those irregularities. And and at that time it was common, Chair, that when you deal with PRASA, you're dealing with the big Tsotsi, Lucky Montana. Even when he was not before court, the judgment must be as damning as possible. Okay? And Mr. Soni said he'll accept those judgments, Chair. But the civil judgments, and you'll see, Chair, that when I go, I deal with each and everything. Did Sufambo front? No, Chair, there was no front. Was there money paid? And if there was money paid, Chair, you know who it will be paid to? It will be paid to members of the bid evaluation committee, bid adjudication committee, the CEO of PRASA, the board committee on procurement, and the board of PRASA. Then why don't you call all of these guys and deal with that issue in that way?
Okay, let's hold it there. I'm sure that later on, it won't be necessary to go into a lot of details on issues that you have dealt with already. Mr. Soni?
Now, in fairness to the ANC, Mr. Montana, at page 214, page 132 of SS4, Mr. Mashaba says, by virtue of the foregoing
I'm sorry,
Oh,
that's PRASA bundle C1, exhibit
Sorry,
SS4.
as you please, Chair.
Just to make sure.
No, no,
It's always more convenient if
No.
you start with the bundle,
No.
then one knows whether one has got the right bundle. Okay, and what page?
At page 214.134.
Yes, okay.
By virtue of the foregoing donations by leasing for the benefit of the ANC, the donations by leasing for the benefit of the ANC never reached the ANC, and Maria Gomez and Mr. Sabelo have unlawfully received and retained the sum of 79.4 million rand, and accordingly these amounts are refundable to leasing.
Well, Chair, I'm happy to hear that, Chair. I haven't seen this. I'm seeing this for the first time. But if that is the position, Chair, I think that I'm happy because it indicates that the noise that the ANC took 80 million from Sufambo was false, and it also tells us that the statement made by Popo Molefe under oath that the ANC received 80 million, Chair, was actually false, and he misled Judge Francis J. in this particular regard, Chair. Because I think some of the strong statements about corruption, they even emanate from this kind of thing, Chair.
Now, when Mr. Mashaba says in paragraph 6 that you just read, these amounts are refundable. Is he talking about them being refundable from whom?
From Mr. Sabelo and Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Paragraph 5, Chairperson, he says,
Sorry, yeah?
Sorry.
Yeah, continue.
At the section 417 inquiry, Mr. Sabelo testified that he had never been a fundraiser for the ANC, and the only part that he played in leasing was to collect amounts invoiced by SIM to leasing, whereafter he dispersed the amount received, presumably into the account of NS as directed by Maria Gomez.
What is NS a reference to again? I'm trying to look on.
I don't see a reference to NS here, Chairperson.
because from paragraph 5, it appears that Mr. Mashaba says GS, that is Mr. George Sabelo,
Yes.
gave evidence at the section 417 inquiry to the effect that one, he had never been a fundraiser for the ANC. Two, the only part that he stroke NS, or NS would be the law firm.
Oh, the law firm, sorry.
Yeah, I think it's the
yes.
law firm. He stroke NS played in leasing was to collect amounts invoiced by SIM. What is SIM?
Sim is Similex.
Similex.
Yes.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
Mrs.
that
Gomez's
is
firm.
entity, yes. Was to collect amounts invoiced by SIM to leasing. So Similex would have sent invoices to leasing, that is Swifambo. So GS, Mr. Sabelo, according to Mr. Mashaba, says his role and the role of his firm was basically to claim from Swifambo what the amounts that appeared in invoices sent by Simlex.
That is so, yes.
And whereafter he dispersed the amounts received. So he would have known how he dispersed the amounts
Yes.
that he received as directed by MG.
That's right.
That is Ms.
Mrs.
Gomez.
Gomez, yes.
So he would say where he directed those monies.
So what, and I'm just taking the big picture that emerges from the flow of funds,
Yeah,
is that monies were dispersed by Swifambo to Similex.
yeah,
Bello is saying that I received instructions from Maria Gomez to pay these amounts to Similex. So that's the amount of 79.4 million rand. But Mashaba is saying that that money never, because Sabelo was never a fundraiser for the ANC, that money never reached the ANC.
yes. What I'm more interested in is, since Mr. Sabelo says his and his law firm's role was to collect the money from Swifambo that was reflected in invoices sent by Similex to Swifambo, and he says that he or his law firm would then disperse those amounts in accordance with the instructions of Ms. Maria Gomez.
Yes.
The next obvious thing is to say, where was he instructed to send them
disperse
to? We don't know that
Not,
based on
not,
this
not
document.
from this.
Yes. Okay. All right. You want to say something, Mr.?
If I may, Chair. Chair, when I met Ms. Gomez, her husband, there were instances where Mr. Sabelo was with them. And I knew that, and that is why number 5, maybe Mashaba is quoting what George Sabelo said at the liquidation hearing. But I know, for example, that in those discussions, there was no clarity that this is a member of the ANC fundraising and all of those things. And in some, at the initial meeting, of course, at that point, Dr. Mkhize was not there. But I think that George Sabelo was part of those. So that is why I'm surprised with 5. The second thing, Chair, that I want to say is that if I work for PRASA and I get a salary after I've rendered services, whether as a train driver, whatever, and I use my salaries in a particular way, the problem, of course, for the commission is to decide what is it that is following. Because yes, a flow of money tells us a story, but they may not tell us a full story. Unless the commission would say, Sifambo received money unlawfully, and that's how this money was distributed. But if, Chair, you say PRASA paid Sifambo within a contract, 2.6 billion rands, and the bulk of that money, that is why I said for the commission, it has to then make a determination whether the directors of Sifambo, after having, and they, if they were given 2.6 billion, they never even delivered a single train, then the commission has got legitimate interest to say, hey, but there's a problem here. We give you money to build houses, you don't build them. Sifambo is paid, is delivering these trains, we use all of them, and later on we are told the trains are toll. Now, I think the commission, in my view, Chair, should come to a determination. What is it that the directors of Sifambo are entitled to? And if it says the 280 whatever amount they then retain to themselves, it belongs to them. And they bought houses they gave to the ANC, that's a different matter. But if we say Sifambo was involved in a corrupt deal and got paid monies that were not legitimately due to them, then of course, then the flow of money from Mr. Mashaba to Similex, to Vice George, and then it raises the question, when Ms. Gomez was putting money to the ANC, is it the same money? Is it different money? Is the flow of money showing us also as that Sabelo also paid the ANC from part of that money? Now, these facts are very important because, Chair, they assist the commission to deal with its terms of reference, corruption, fraud, and as well as state capture. But when we do it in general, we're going to have a situation where, like Imuntana earned a salary, he buy a house, and we say, no, even his salary is part of that corrupt thing. And I don't think that, I think we need to be very specific on this matter so that we can answer the right question in line with the terms of reference of the commission. That will be my humble submission. Chair.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Now, I mean, obviously, I think what the commission is doing and the investigators and the legal team is to keep our minds open that sometimes something that may look legitimate and innocuous might not be, and sometimes something that looks illegitimate and criminal might not be. So it's keeping that mind and that open mind and probing and stopping where it looks like there is no reason to go further. Okay, Mr. Zondo.
Can I then ask you to turn to the same bundle, that's bundle C1, SS4, the same document, to page 214.149. Oh, sorry, before we go there, can I just keep you at 133, Mr. Montana, and say that according to paragraph 1 now, and this is why the link to Sifambo is not all that tenuous, because at paragraph 1, Mr. Mashaba says, shortly after leasing was awarded the tender, this approach was made. I'm just making the point that in Mr. Mashaba's mind, certainly the award of the tender and the approach are not unrelated. Whether that's correct or not, I'm just making that point. And he's saying this on oath.
No, Chair, I would accept that. The issue, of course, for the investigators have got an interesting job to find out from the Sabelo and the other person to say, when you approach, were they informed by PRASA people, were they doing all, because we were trying to get to the bottom of corruption.
But let me make another point.
Of course, I can say, and you may have been aware from the media, that the commission had issued summons against Mr. Mashaba for him to come and give evidence. And he decided to defy the summons and not come here, complain to us. As far as I know, I gave instructions that a complaint be laid, and I think it was laid with the police. But that's just one fact, you know. Of course, there is the issue of Mr. Joshua Sabelo as well.
Chair, on a lighter note, would the commission consider, because I was also defying the summonses from the commission, I've changed my mind. Is it not better for the commission to contract me to convince all people who are defying the commission to be able to come? Of course, it will come at a fee, Chair, but it's something that the commission, I know the time of the commission is coming to an end, Chair.
Yes, but
is that something the commission would consider seriously?
That's on a lighter note. Mr. Soni,
As you
I see we are at 1 o'clock.
Can I just finish this,
Yeah,
Chairperson?
that's
then
fine.
it'll finish.
Yeah, that's fine, that's
Ngoyi's
fine.
affidavit.
Well, I can just say on a lighter note, Mr. Montana, that I thought that, you know, the commission would get a very good cooperation from lots of people. And it has got good cooperation, but there are some who don't think that this commission is such a good idea.
You can do it as an emergency appointment, considering the time is coming to an end, and that you can't go out on tender because then you'll award in 6 months. So here's a candidate.
You're a sole source. Yes, Mr. Soni.
As you please, Chairperson. Can I now ask you to turn to page 214.149, the page I referred you to earlier, so on the same bundle, C1. And this is now a continuation of the affidavit, but under note 32. Says, subsequent to leasing concluding a subcontract agreement with Vosloo for the sale of 70 locomotives, and without the knowledge of leasing and its consent, Vosloo paid Mr. Mackenzie Mabunda, the S Group, an amount of approximately 75 million rand. Were you aware of this payment?
No, Chair, I wasn't aware until I read in the newspapers that Montana's friend got paid 75 million rand. Chair, I didn't know about it. I didn't know the terms. But Chair, I think, let me say that my understanding is that when they were putting, I don't know when they were putting the NID, what is it called, National Industrial Participation Program, my understanding is that Swifambo then asked Mr. Mabunda to help them. I think that they had some kind of an agreement. But this one is strange because if he's now working with them, can you also work with Vosloo? I want to offer any explanation for that, Chair. But that was my understanding of the whole transaction.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we know that, and I'm just saying this to you so we finish this, that Swifambo did pay Mr. Mabunda or the S firm several million rand.
Yes,
And that's reflected in this affidavit. I didn't refer to that. And I purposely didn't refer to that because the point you make, Mr. Montana, is this, that if Swifambo had engaged the services of the S Group or Mr. Mabunda, it might well be improper for Mr. Mabunda to then receive a 75 million rand payment, which is the complaint that Mr. Mashaba makes at note 32. That's the only point I want to make.
No, Chair, I'll accept that only if the 75 million rand is related to their contract. You remember my understanding of what these guys were doing, what Mr. Mabunda was doing. He was actually contracted to many companies in Europe he was working with. Now, the first issue we'll have to verify is the 75 million linked to the Swifambo contract or not. Because if it's not, there's no conflict. If it is part of that, then clearly there is a conflict, Chair. So we need to look at it in a round, Chair.
Well, fortunately, we won't need to look at it. It will be some other forum that will.
Okay.
I'm just saying that in Mr. Mashaba's mind,
Yeah.
that is the impropriety on Mr. Mabunda's part.
No, I know that, Chair.
Okay, all
This
right.
would be the idea.
Let's take the lunch adjournment.
As you please.
It's 2:05. We'll resume at 2:05. We adjourn. What happened this time, Mr. Montana?
Sorry, Chair, Chair, I was feeling a bit cold
Oh,
and thought I would go and get a vest. And by the time I
Yes.
realized that it was still late, I just abandoned and came back quickly
oh,
to be
okay.
on time. Sorry, Chair.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, Mr. Soni?
As you please, Chairperson. Chairperson, you will recall that when Ms. Ngoyi gave her evidence, she dealt with the allegations that had been made in the Siangena matter in the High Court. Since then, the High Court has pronounced judgment in the Siangena matter. So rather than put those allegations to Mr. Montana, I would like to put on record what the court's findings were in regard to those allegations that Ms. Ngoyi testified to. What I will do is what we did on the previous.
I assume that this means we have moved away from the Swifambo matter?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Chairperson, the approach I intend adopting is just to refer to particular paragraphs in which significant findings were made.
Okay, all right. If you could start by giving the names of the parties and the case number.
Yes, as you
And the
please,
high,
Chairperson.
and which high court and so on.
Yes. Chairperson, this is the judgment in the matter of PRASA against Siangena Technologies and retired Justice Goldstein and retired Justice Joffe and intervening parties being unite behind, intervening applicant being unite behind. It is a judgment of the full court, Chairperson. May I, just so that we have the full facts.
Do you want to read the case number?
Oh, sorry, as you please, Chairperson. It's, the case number is 2018-14332 and 2018-11314.
And the judgment seems to have been handed down on the 8th of October
On the 8th of
2020.
October 2020
Yeah.
by the full bench. Chairperson. I just need to point out that there had been a previous application.
I'm sorry. And it's the Gauteng Division of the High Court.
It's the Gauteng Division, as you please, Chairperson, in Pretoria. What had happened, Chairperson, and this is a matter that Mr. Montana, I think, has referred to previously, that certain persons applied to be admitted or to be able to file affidavits. And a full bench of the High Court on, prior to this judgment had allowed them to file affidavits. This court, however, looking at the law in relation to what evidence may be taken into account, decided that on the basis of the Masetla judgment and a judgment of the Constitutional Court, that only the relevant parties, namely PRASA and Siangena, the affidavits presented by them could be taken into account. So I just present that because it addresses an issue that had been raised by Mr. Montana, and you'll recall, Chairperson, that he also raised that in the Swifambo matter. So this judgment doesn't deal with the allegations or the answers that he gave in his affidavit in this matter.
Can I say something quickly?
But very quickly, please, Mr. Montana.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, but it is a fundamental matter. Chair, I just want to put on record Mr. Soni is partly right. We didn't apply. PRASA went to court. I think it has lost a couple of times in these matters. I think on four times. Now, their last review application that they made, there was a full bench of 3 judges, which then ruled that it is not in the interest of justice for allegations to be made against officials and they are not given an opportunity. So it didn't apply. We invited by the court. Chair, I filed a detailed affidavit with a lot of evidence. 2 weeks before that matter, the whole bench was changed. A new bench came in. And our own affidavit that we were asked by the court to put together, we're told that that evidence is no longer admissible. So our affidavit that we were asked by the court, so we're not taken in the thing. But when you read the judgment, you can hear, Chair, that in fact it was. But I won't argue that. I accept what Mr. Soni is saying for the sake of progress, but I think we should record it properly, Chair.
Yes.
In that regard. Thank you.
Okay, no, that's fine. But for what it's worth, it would be good, maybe that will be in your, maybe that is in your affidavit. It would be good to get that factual background that you just outlined later on.
Chair, it is the detail.
Okay.
The matter is dealt with in detail in my.
Okay,
affidavit.
all
Thank
right.
you.
Mr. Soni?
Yes, as you please. Chairperson, Mr. Montana is right. A full bench, and that's why there are 2 case numbers here. A full bench had granted them, the persons who asked to submit affidavits. But this court looked at that, and based on the principle that they didn't have a direct and substantial interest in the proceedings that were before them, decided that they would not take the vermins in those affidavits in account.
No, check. Can I, again, I don't want to disturb Mr. Soni. It must be put on, we're putting on record that we never applied.
Yeah.
The court, that's the first
Invited
thing.
you.
But the second thing, Chair, I just want to say, Mr. Soni, I don't want to debate it. But we cannot say the court decided to take because these guys don't have substantial interest. If you say in your affidavit that Siangena was awarded the contract in a corrupt way, and you mention people's names, and then you ask them to come in, and then you say, then surely, Chair, there's a big problem. I just want to say that,
Yes.
but I deal with it in my affidavit.
Yeah.
So I just want to emphasize, we didn't apply.
Yeah.
The court emphasized, Chair.
Yeah.
I prepared an affidavit and I said, I want to assist both parties, both Siangena and PRASA, because they seem to be getting their facts wrong. I provided those and said they can be used.
Yeah.
But the court ruled not from any application to say it is not in the interest of justice. And I think that that judgment by the three judges was for me it was a right decision because it dealt with the issue of the interest of justice. And I think in this particular case, of course, I don't have an interest in the matter. But if I'm referred to, I don't have an interest in the matter. Surely, Chair, that the interest of justice is being undermined. But I think let's proceed. I just wanted to record those facts, Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Soni?
Chairperson, can I just, to finish this part, it's
Yeah.
addressed at paragraphs 34, 35, and 39 of the judgment.
Yes,
It's in this very issue.
yes.
Mr. Montana, I just want to read to you relevant parts of the judgment, and at the end you can comment on it. At paragraph 43, the court says, the background facts are detailed because they provide insight into how the relationship was formed, and it's talking about the relationship between Siangena persons and PRASA officials. The details of the pattern of conduct show how increasingly the participants came to ignore the procurement requirements, the need to continuously act in good faith, seeking the best technical outcome to meet the requirements and at the most economic price. Then at paragraph 44, it goes on, the background concerns two preliminary phases. the pilot project and an extension of the pilot project. Those phases preceded the phases presently in issue. The phases in issue are phase 1, the phase 1 extension, and phase 2. And in paragraph 45, the background reveals that initially a sparing and economic approach to the installation of the equipment in issue was adopted. The installations were intended to be effective and efficient and focused on the needs of PRASA. The initial approach, however, was abandoned on or shortly after the introduction of the respondent, that's Siengena. The scope, extent, and cost of the work increased dramatically, and the work was precipitously proceeded with in the absence of a budget or any planning and in utter disregard of the procurement process, while the functionality of the system decreased. Then can I refer you, Chairperson, to paragraph 53, sorry. Despite the absence of a budget to pay for the work, concerns about the cost and suitability of the access gates, the intention to install local gates, and without a procurement process and any prior assessment of recommendations, Mr. Montana, acting on behalf of the applicant, directed Mr. Gansho to contract the respondent. At paragraph 54, the court says, the contents of internal documents were manipulated in an attempt to justify the directive, conceal the prior commitment to the respondent, and used as a basis to expand on the scope of work. In paragraph 55, the court says, in the final quote, meaning quotation, the respondent expanded on the scope of work, reduced the functionality of the existing work, and increased the price of its proposal. And at paragraph 55.4, the court says, Mr. Ferreira and Mr. Montana met on the same day as the final quotation, namely the 17th of March 2010. There is no record of this meeting. Mr. Ferreira required a formal acceptance of the proposal, which exceeded 225 million rand by no later than the 19th of March 2010. The respondent does not disclose the response from Mr. Montana. In paragraph 57, the court says, Mr. Montana, according to Mr. Gansho, approved the appointment of the respondent and instructed the implementation of the decision. And at paragraph 59, the court says, the conduct that resulted in the awarding of work to the respondent became a blueprint for the award of work in excess of 6 billion rand to the respondent. Then, dealing with phase 1, starting at paragraph 60, the court says, the expansion of the ISA-MS system, that's Integrated Security Access Management System, beyond the World Cup 2010 was not planned by the applicant. There was no approval from the executive, and the work was not budgeted for in the allocation of funds. Paragraph 64, a perception that there was no need to comply with the procurement policy in regard to the extension of the work and the appointment of the respondent was established. The perception resulted in a failure to implement the procurement policy and manage the procurement process. Mr. Gansho instead managed the procurement process. Paragraph 67, the court says, the documents provided to potential bidders selectively included and manipulated the contents of the broader, more general SARCC specification to the exclusive benefit of the respondent. The documents did not comply with the procurement policy. In paragraph 69, in the first sentence, the court says, the bids were not checked for compliance. And then in the last sentence of that paragraph, the court continues, the BEC recommended that the bid by the respondent, despite the bid being approximately 60% more than the competing bid and the excessive rates charged by the respondent. Paragraph 70 says, the flaws in the procurement process were concealed. The minutes of the meeting of the BEC were manipulated to remove irregularities and bolster the recommendation of the respondent, and the employees who were interviewed attempted to conceal the absence of an RFP. Paragraph 71, the recommendation of the BEC was rejected by the Group CEO and, more importantly, by the CTPC. Chairperson, I understand that to be Corporate Tender Procurement Committee.
There is some acronym that is also for what, cross-section or something?
Cross-function.
Cross-function.
Sourcing
This
team.
is not the one.
No.
Oh, okay.
The one
CTPC.
CTPC is the adjudication committee
Okay.
of Mr. Tiro Holele and Martha Ngoy.
Okay. All right.
Well, that's of course in the Swifambo matter.
No, Chair, even on this one, I'll come back.
Yes. Okay. Continue.
Paragraph 72, in the aftermath of the CTPC decision, there was a concerted effort to manipulate or create documents in an attempt to conceal the decision of the CTPC and the irregularities in the procurement process. And then at paragraph 73, the CTPC was simply bypassed and a tender placed before the FCIP, and that acronym, Chairperson, as I understand it, is the Finance Capital Investment Procurement Committee, and that contained inaccurate, incomplete, and misleading information. At paragraph 74, the court says the tender proceeded to the Board of Control. However, there is no indication that the board made a decision to contract with the respondent. Paragraph 75, in order to conclude a contract, prior approval had to be obtained from the Minister of Transport, and approval of the contract had to be obtained from the board, none of which occurred. And then at paragraph 75.4, it says Mr. Montana nevertheless signed a JPCC contract. And then at paragraph 76, the judgment says the flawed process was concealed, and it sets out the basis on which that is made. And then at paragraph 77, the court says, as regards phase 1, the process that resulted in the awarding of work to the respondent in phase 1 failed to comply with the constitutional, legislative, and regulatory framework stipulated for a valid procurement process and contravened the applicant's own procurement policy. And at paragraph 80, as regards phase 2, the court says the extension of phase 1 and phase 2 suffers from the same flaws as those found in phase 1. Paragraph 81, the method used to secure the appointment of the respondent was the same as the extension of the pilot project and phase 1. An unsolicited bid from the respondent, a requirement for the respondent's specific brands, the restriction of the procurement process, deviation from the required process, ignoring of adverse decisions, misrepresentations, misinformation, and concealment of the material facts. Says this, paragraph 83, despite the absence of any planning, an unsolicited offer from the respondent was entertained and acted upon. And paragraph 84, the court says the procurement process favored the respondent and sets out how that was achieved. Paragraph 84.7, it says the Group CEO is required to consider a recommendation by the CTPC. The CTPC did not make a recommendation. The Group CEO nevertheless made a recommendation to the FCIP. The board was required to approve the appointment of the respondent, terms of the contract, and any subsequent variation. The board did not do so. Mr. Montana did so without authority. Paragraph 87, in the course of phase 2, extension to phase 1, documents were created that contained misrepresentations, misinformation, and concealed material facts. And paragraph 89, in the course of phase 2 procurement processes, documents were created that contained misrepresentation, misinformation, and concealed material facts. Paragraph 92, the court says, there was an additional allowance of 905 million rand, mainly for maintenance and a warranty that was already included in the notice of appointment for phase 2, where it was accepted by the respondent, but not included in the JBCC agreement. That, Chairperson, as I understand it, is Joint Building Construction Contract, JBCC. And then at paragraph 92.2, the unsolicited offer was irregularly entertained by Mr. Montana and Mr. Pungula. 92.3, the respondent provided a bid, and 92.4, Mr. Montana signed the addendum agreement. 93, there was no procurement process. Paragraph 94, the contract and its implementation resulted in works which were not fit for purpose. At paragraph 96, the court says the applicant, meaning PRASA, discovered that persons and entities connected to the respondent and persons within the applicant, Mr. Montana and Mr. Gansho, were involved in various property transactions. On the face of it, the participants must explain these transactions. There are serious concerns that there was wrongdoing which needs to be investigated. The property transactions, at the very least, contravene the professional and ethical standards required to be maintained in public administrations, and those obligations with which all officials and other role players in the procurement system, including the respondent, must comply in order to promote mutual trust and respect and an environment where business can be conducted with integrity. Paragraph 98, persons who are complicit in maladministration, impropriety, or corruption should not be permitted to profit from an unlawful tender. They should be forced to make full restitution, even if this results in financial loss to them. The existence of corruption is to be inferred from the fact that a multitude of irregularities exist, that there is an absence of a candid explanation from the tenderer. In paragraph 99, the fiscus is poorer as it did not receive fair value for what it had paid. And then at paragraph 103, the court says Mr. Montana was involved with property dealings which had unusual features. An amount of 2 million rand was paid by a company for no apparent purpose in one of the transactions. Mr. Montana did not have sufficient funds to purchase the Hurlingham property which he negotiated to buy. It is apparent that the funds for the property were not to be sourced in the hands of Montana. This being so, where were they sourced? The inference is irresistible that the funds are being provided by a third party for an unknown reason. Individuals do not normally provide funding in the millions for no apparent reason. This being so, the evidence is irresistible that the respondent was providing the backing. And at page 104, in the middle, in the third sentence, the judgment says, Mr. Montana was involved in numerous property dealings. These activities are not consonant with this activity as a senior employee of the applicant. In the ordinary course, the funding available should not readily have been available. And then at paragraph 131, the court says, the discovery of corruption was also impeded by the tyrannical manner in which the applicant was controlled by the erstwhile group CEO, Mr. Montana, and at paragraph 137 says, we are of the considered view that although the delay period of 10 months may render the application to have been inordinately delayed, the circumstances under which the delay occurred, as explained by the applicant, persuade this court to grant condonation. And then the order, Chairperson, is set out at paragraph 170, and the effect of the order, Chairperson, if one looks at 171A, the signing of the JBCC contract dated 31st March 2001 is declared to be unauthorized, and C, the signing of the addendum agreement dated 19th September 2014 is declared to be unauthorized. And at paragraph 170.3, the JBCC agreement dated the 31st of March 2011 is set aside. That's A. B is the JBCC agreement dated the 1st of July is set aside. And C, the addendum agreement dated the 19th of September 2014 is set aside. Chairperson, just for completeness' sake, I should just point out that at paragraph 170.5, in terms of what was the just and equitable order, the court said work had been done and an independent engineer should be appointed to determine what the amount is that Siangena should be allowed to retain from the monies paid to it. That, Chairperson, is the judgment, and it is the judgment of Mr. Justice Lamont, concurred in by Justice Ralunga and Justice Hughes.
Yeah, those were the parts that you
Yes.
considered important to read into the record. Yeah, okay. I think you had said that Mr. Montana could then comment if he wished to comment.
Yes, yes, Chairperson.
Mr. Montana, do you want to say? I know you have already commented, so I'm obviously not inviting you to say the same thing, but if you wish to say anything.
No, Chair, I'm just going to ask you to give me time to reply to this thing.
Yes.
When Mr. Soni was reading this judgment, part of me was sitting with anger. And at some stage, I was also laughing. How can the judges do this, Chair, to this country? One of the most scandalous judgments, suspicion of wrongdoing, inference, and all of those things. Then just 3 days, 2 weeks before we go to court, the judges find reason, the judges are changed, Chair. New judges are brought in, and then our affidavits that provides the facts on this table, on this matter, cannot be considered. And a judgment so similar, Chair, to the Sufambo judgment. You remember I spoke about the SCA judgment? So the SCA judges and the judges in Pretoria think the same. They think that this thing was under control of this, what is it, tyrannical Montana. The SCA judges say the same thing. Chair, let me address this thing. I want to address the facts, and Mr. Soni has read the judgment. I'm not party to this matter, so I can't take it on appeal. And I can't call the judges here to come and cross-examine. I wish if I had the privilege.
Yes, just 1 second before we do that. You have said that you had, at the invitation of the court, submitted a detailed affidavit. Is that correct?
Chair, that's correct.
Yeah.
Not Montana law.
Yes.
All the people who participated in that process.
Yes.
I never participated, I was a CEO.
Yes.
So I think there were 8 people who were mentioned
Yeah.
by Mr. Ms. Ngoye in the affidavit, Chair.
Yes.
Now, this affidavit, I think if there's who's happy with this kind of judgment? Surely, Chair, that Versmans, Ms. Ngoye, Mr. Molefe will be celebrating because they were able to get a judgments almost similar at the High Court, Gauteng High Court, South Division, as well as in the North. Chair, the changes of judges, and I don't know what the judge president considered. One of the most scandalous things, and I want to go into detail, Chair, if you could allow me, because I think
the reason why I was referring to you having filed an affidavit was that I was wondering whether it might not be convenient to hear what you have to say after looking at such an affidavit or not. But I assume that those affidavits, Mr. Soni, even though the ultimate court that gave this judgment excluded them, they are available somewhere. At least his.
Yes. Chiefs, let me, are you looking at the affidavit?
Particularly his affidavit that he was not included.
Yes.
Part of what's in my mind is this, that he was no longer at PRASA when the litigation was launched, is that right?
Yes.
He was no longer at PRASA. And yet he was a significant player in the transaction, isn't it? And affidavits were placed before the court by PRASA and I guess Yangena. But somebody who may have known quite a lot about the transaction, his affidavit was not there. I'm not saying that it was a wrong decision or right decision to include or not to include his affidavit. I'm just thinking that, a court is able to, or not that it is able, this is what courts do. They decide disputes between parties. They are able to say, well, both parties put your facts before the court and the court decides. But an inquiry such as this one might go broader.
Yes.
In terms of facts, because it's not deciding, it's not litigation. So I'm just wondering, I was just wondering whether it might not have been convenient to listen to him knowing what the affidavit says, but maybe that's something to think about, and I should just give him a chance to comment.
Listen, let me suggest a way forward. We were obviously bound by the court judgment as the evidence leaders. Now, Mr. Montana says that what he said in his affidavit, which was presented to court but not considered by the court, may throw a different light on some of the issues. Now, without interfering with the court judgment, of course, you as chairperson would be able to take that into account. In your report, you would say there was this judgment, but my scope is broad. But one is looking at a legal process, and I want to take the process forward to give you the maximum scope that you should exercise. To be fair to Mr. Montana, but also not to cast aspersions on the judicial system.
Yeah.
Is the process...
But Chair, can I object?
No, can I please finish?
Let him finish, and then I'll give you a chance. Let him finish first.
Not on the substance of the matter, Chair.
Yeah.
Because I think we've discussed previously. And I think we need to take a decision. Earlier on, Chair, I was dealing with the ANC issues. It's time for me to respond to the judgment, to what the judges have said. It's for the second time, Mr. Soni spoke about the fact that we don't need to cast aspersions.
Or you want to emphasize that you...
No, Chair, but
Yeah.
all of us, the only thing that is above all of us is the constitution in this country. If I need to take on the judges, as long as I don't cast on a factual basis, I address them.
Yes.
I can't have this thing put before me to say, don't cast aspersion and everything.
Yeah, no. I'll let you say what you want to say. Let him finish first.
Chairperson, I understand Mr. Montana's desire to put his version in regards to the Siangena matter, because we've now had a judgment that seems to reflect badly on him. What we need to do, though, Chairperson, is to consider whether the best and efficient or the most efficient use of the Commission's time should not be along the following lines. We received Mr. Montana's affidavit, the one he gave to
The court.
the courts, which was not taken into account. We know what that affidavit will say. You look at the affidavit in your capacity as chairperson, we as the legal team look at it, and then if you decide that there should be input, oral input on that, we set a time for that. It will obviously have to be limited, but that would give Mr. Montana every opportunity to clear his name if that's what he wants to do. What, though, we need to be concerned about, Chairperson, is the limited time we have available. We spend now on this, Mr. Montana's response, without anybody knowing what the response is. It's going to take the rest of the day.
Oh, okay. I take what you are saying to be to say, is it not better that Mr. Montana gets an opportunity to say what he wishes to say when we have the affidavit, and therefore know in advance what he's going to say? That's what you are saying. That's, I think, consistent with what I was thinking. But so I must just say that, you see, as we look at these issues where a court has made certain findings and has given judgment, one needs to, on the one hand, bear that in mind. But on the other hand, bear in mind that because of the different functions between the court and the commission, and as well as issues which might, for the court, they might be narrower, for the commission, much wider. There may be circumstances where the commission might need to hear more than the court had before it. I think of an example that will resonate with you, I think. You will remember during the 80s when labor law was in its infancy in this country, that when there had been a judgment by the then Supreme Court on a matter affecting a dismissal, when the employee or a trade union went to the industrial court to challenge the fairness of the dismissal, usually you'd find lawyers for the company, for the employer, saying, no, but the court has decided. But what the court would have decided is whether the dismissal was lawful or whatever. And the industrial court would look at the question of whether the dismissal was fair. So the industrial court could still look into the matter. So that's what crosses my mind as I think about the fact that there may be situations where there is a judgment, but because it's two different forums with a different scope of inquiry, it may be that there may be circumstances where the commission has to hear something that the court did not hear, but one has got to bear in mind obviously various things, the time constraints, but also the issue of fairness to somebody affected, such as Mr. Montana, especially where he did not get a chance to, his side, his facts, as he knows them, were excluded. So it's something that one may need to tread carefully on, but it's something that one might need to look at with a view to making sure that, one, there is fairness, but there is proper consideration for the time constraints that one is working under, and then take it from there. That's what's crossing my mind. Does what I thought would resonate with you resonate with you?
I accept that,
Yeah.
Friendship. It's not a question of Commission not really looking at it, as would have been under different jurisdictions of legality and unfairness.
Yeah.
The only point I want to make, Chairperson, is we are going to base it on an affidavit that is not before us. And it would be in the public interest to know what was before that court that it did not take into account. Deliberately, for good or bad reason, but it did not take into account.
Yeah.
And what Mr. Montana is maybe saying to me, I'm not saying is, may be different from that. And so we need to be careful that when we are determining whether what Mr. Montana would have said in that court might have produced a different outcome, one has the necessary facts. And we don't have that in the absence of Mr. Montana's affidavit.
Mr. Montana, before we move further, let me ask the question. In your affidavit, do you deal with, or no, probably you don't deal with this judgment, or do you?
No, Chair, in the latest that I provided, I've added a paragraph to the
Yeah.
affidavit that I've submitted.
Yes.
And for Mr. Soni's information, one of my annexures is my affidavit that I tabled there, Chair.
One of your annexures?
To my affidavit is my affidavit that I placed
Oh,
in,
okay.
in the High Court, Chair.
That is, you have given that to the legal team, or not yet?
Well, Chair, it is part of
Previously.
there. We've discussed it previously,
Yeah.
but we said we are allocating tomorrow, Chair. With
Oh,
the team.
okay,
So I'm
okay.
hoping that we'll deal with the issue, Chair.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what I'm inclined to do. I'm inclined to first see what you have to say, and maybe it's that affidavit and whatever, before I let you then deal with it. Is that fine with you?
Chair, can I suggest
Yeah.
a different approach? The
Yeah.
judgment has been read.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
you see, the issue has nothing to do with me, Mr.
Yeah.
Soni. I'm not dealing, my entry into this issue has got nothing to do with me. There's nothing
Yeah.
in this judgment.
Yeah.
It talks about participants. It doesn't say Mr. Montana did that. It infers, we believe, we think wrongdoing may have been done by someone and then mention property. Chair, I'm not here to defend.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nothing to defend. I didn't come to the commission, Chair. I came to assist the commission.
Yeah.
To put facts on the table. The facts mentioned in this judgment are false, firstly.
Yes. Yeah.
Secondly, it is not only like Montana's affidavit. All the people that were invited by the courts to file affidavits, because the court said it's not in the interest of justice. Okay, Chair? To file, not to be given the opportunity to respond. And of course, I welcome that opportunity. I say, here's a court. We've been criticizing the courts. Here's a court. The judges say, no, but you can't be making these statements. Let the people, and I responded not in each and every detail, Chair, but I filed a very detailed affidavit with annexures to prove that the allegations that were made were false. There were 7 other people who were asked by the court to say file affidavits. They did the same, Chair. They were admitted, and I want to say it boldly here, Chair. If my affidavit and the affidavits of the 7 others were admitted, they were admitted because the court has asked for it. And then just before the hearing starts, in that court, Werksmans come and say, there's no way they can be admitted. Say, no. When the court took that decision, the 2 parties, the 2 main parties, which is Siangena and PRASA, were to be, they should have agreed to that issue. Now, it's a court matter. It's the rules of the court that I do not know. I'm not challenging that. But the court has invited us. And then the court, and the court then says, comes to a determination that the judges who were there before, who said it's in the interest of justice for these people to come, they come back and the new judges say, no, we shouldn't. Chair, I want to say that there's no way the court would have arrived at this judgment, upon this judgment, if they agreed to accept our
Those affidavits.
Those affidavits that the court had asked us to do. But Chair, I think the fair, in terms of the way forward now, the fair process, because it's not only the attachment of that affidavit, it's also what I'd written on this matter,
Yeah.
factually. Now, I think that irrespective of what that affidavit says, but I've got an affidavit and we've agreed on a process here that if there are issues that I shouldn't deal with them elsewhere.
Yeah,
I can then refer to them, deal with them now. Because I think, Chair, you see, the problem that I have, and I know that this commission cannot create a platform from which judges are attacked and everything. I understand the sensitivity.
yes, yeah.
But Chair, I think that we also want robustness. I will not go and attack judges. I believe myself to be someone who go at things directly. But I don't have an interest in attacking judges. But this judgment, Chair, I want to sit and before we even agree on the procedure, to even elevate some of the issues that are here, Chair, you'll actually be shocked. The last time you gave us a bit of guidance, Chair, and you know one thing I enjoyed being here the last few days, Chair, is that when I'm about to respond, you engage that judgment. And I think that probably 10 minutes ago, I would have said things that really, that's what you and Mr. Soni were trying to not to hear. But I'll tell you, this judgment is a rotten judgment. I want to say that. This judgment and the SCA judgment actually point.
But let me say, excuse me, why do you think it's not right that you reserve your comments on the judgment until we have seen what we want to see?
Okay, I think
Is that, yeah?
no,
because
Chair, I think
that's not-
I'll agree with that as long as we deal with
Yes.
it at the right time.
Yeah,
And,
yeah. No, you'll get a chance, yeah.
And given what I've read, Ms. Montana must be given that.
Yeah, no, he must be given. I am myself interested in seeing at least your affidavit. I may be interested to see more of the other affidavits, but your affidavit, because you have said the facts that the court was given were not true or did not give a complete picture. And if it had looked at the affidavits that were excluded, it may have come to a different conclusion.
Chair, I accept your guidance on this matter. I think that it's not only what I said or the 7 other people said. I think that when you read the judgment, you look at what Matangoye and what Werksman said in that issue. It should raise a big issue. But Chair, I'll deal with the issues at the right time, and I want to indicate to this court, Chair,
Yeah,
all these issues that have been read as facts are in fact false. And that is why I was prepared without that affidavit
yeah.
to just go into the thing to demonstrate to this commission.
Yeah.
And that is why I was asking, how would the honorable judges, why would they do this to us? You know? Chair, can I make one point?
Yeah.
Because I've been concerned with it for a while. The judgments on PRASA, all of them, Chair, from judgment on Timkulu to judgment on Sufam, on Siangena, you'll actually see, Chair, maybe there's a difference of a comma and everything. They are one judgment. And Chair, I'll elaborate at the right time once you have seen all of that, because I think that's where the problem is. And I'll pick up on this issue, Chair.
Yeah.
I respect the judges, I promise you, Chair.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
at the same time, we've got to tell the truth.
Yeah.
And be
No,
honest
no,
to
no.
ourselves, Chair.
No, that's fine, that's fine. So Mr. Soni, you will take charge of the process of obtaining the affidavits. Yeah, okay, all right. At least Mr. Montana's one.
Yes.
It may be that, well, I don't know, I just do have a recollection that the court papers in some of these PRASA matters go into thousands.
They do.
So at least maybe the start is to get Mr. Montana's one, and then one can take it from there.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
But Mr. Montana, you'll make your affidavit available to Ms. Ngata tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll do that, thank you.
Okay, all right. And If there are matters, when we finish, Mr. Montana, if there are matters that either the commission has undertaken to look at, or you have asked that they be looked at, which by that time it might not have looked at or come back to you, just raise them when you finish all your evidence, if there are things, because I just want to make sure that every issue that needs to be looked at is looked at. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Soni.
Chairperson, then that is the last bit of Mr. Ngoi's contribution. I now want to deal with Mr. Oliver's report,
Yes.
which appears at bundle H. Chairperson, the information on which I want to put, the information that I want to put to Mr. Montana consists mainly of documents. So I'll just give a short introductory excursus on what I want to do this afternoon in relation to this.
Yes.
And Mr. Montana will know what type of questions I'm going to ask. Chairperson, Mr. Ollerman gave evidence on, or came and testified on his report. And you'll recall that he dealt with 4 properties. The first one is the property that Mr. Montana owned in Parkwood, which he then sold to Precise Trade, represented by Mr. van der Walt. Then it was a property in Waterval in Pretoria.
Waterkloof.
Sorry,
Waterkloof.
Yeah,
sorry,
Waterkloof, yeah.
Waterkloof,
Yes.
sorry, in Pretoria. And there was a property in Sandringham in Johannesburg, and then a 4th property in Hurlingham, also in Johannesburg. Now, most of the information is based, or most of the report is based on documents that Mr. Ollerman attaches to his report. I'll just point out 2 other things, Chairperson. One is, based on the documents, it is quite clear that Mr. Montana did sell to Mr. Ollerman, to to Precise Trade, his property in Parkwood. And it's also clear, Chairperson, that he purchased the property in his own name in Hurlingham. The other 2 properties Mr. Montana made some inquiries about, but those properties, although connected to Mr. Montana indirectly, in the sense that he made approaches about them, either in relation to his children's trust or himself. Those properties we know were transferred from the owners to Precise Trade. Now, based on that, what I want to do today is just to establish the relevant facts as they emerge from the documents. And
Yeah.
Mr. Montana can having regard to what I ask, can either say, yes, I accept, that's what's contained in What obviously is going to be important, and that's where I would like to spend most of the time, is what inferences to be drawn from the four property transactions we will be dealing.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think because we're starting a new topic, it might be convenient that we take a short break.
As you please.
Let's just take a short break. I want to say 5 minutes. I know 5 minutes might be good for me, but I don't know whether, Mr. Montana, you said you were looking for your jersey and so on.
No, Chair, I'm 5 minutes.
You're fine. It's 5 minutes is fine.
As you please.
Okay, all right. Let's adjourn for 5 minutes.
4 to 39.
Chair, can I suggest,
Yeah.
or rather request to address you firstly on this issue before we go to the specific matters?
You mean in general?
No, no, no.
Or this
Specifically,
particular
this
property?
report. This report.
This report?
This
Oh,
report, Chair.
Okay, all right, do that.
Because I think that there are two things, Chair.
Yeah.
Should this report be before this commission? I think let's start there. And Chair, I think you'll see my affidavit. I deal with all the properties. I'm not even getting into that. But the commission, Chair, should know what, in fact, it is trying to do. This report, it takes the views, it takes the positions of other people who make allegations. It's compiled by an investigator at the commission. It's put as a report of the commission. Now, these are untested allegations. I'm not engaged.
Let me say this because this might, certain things might be causing confusion. Before you proceed, okay, so I see that, so it's a report or investigator's report as opposed to being a report of the commission. So I'm just mentioning that so that that distinction is made. In other words, a member of the investigation team assigned to look into certain matters is supposed to have conducted investigation and looked at documents, and he then comes to certain views which I might accept or reject. So I just want to mention that. Then you can continue.
No, thanks, Chair. I accept that, Chair. Chair, let me start by quoting a judgment. I think it was Judge J. Davis.
You see, Mr. Montana, by coming to the commission, you might end up being a de facto lawyer.
Indeed, Chair. I think I'm heading in that direction, Chair. And I think Mr. Soni can take me under his wing, Chair, until I also get to the level, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, Judge Davis, in a matter involving the SABC, he raised two important issues. And I just want to quote them quickly, Chair. He says, firstly, this is a matter that was between the SABC, former provincial SABC news editor, Mr. Charles Matrow. He took the Joe Trolle report on the SABC, editorial independence or interference at the SABC, on review. And this
What report, I'm sorry?
This was the Joe Trolle. You remember Joe
Oh,
Trolle?
yes, yeah.
Was appointed to investigate, his commission to investigate editorial independence at the
Yeah.
SABC. He makes two important points here, and I just want to quickly quote them. The first one, he says, it offends one's sense of fairness. Even investigator, and I'm saying in this case, this commission, were to only listen to the version of a complainant without considering the version of the accused before making a finding or recommendation. He also come and say, Chair, in the same judgment, he says, and this is very important, and this is my basis for looking at this report. He says it is equally worrying when an accused person hears for the first time, recommendations which adversely affect him when they are already made. Chair, I accept the distinction that you've made. But this report, Chair, somebody in the commission is given, is going to investigate a particular area. He go and investigate it. What he does, if he does an investigation and says, I've spoken to everyone, I've looked at all the statements, I've spoken to all the relevant people, and these are my preliminary views, I want to put them before the commission. So it didn't happen. What has happened here is that the commission's investigate on PRASA went to take allegations that were made by Mr. Paul O'Sullivan in a 22-page affidavit that he put at Brooklyn Police Station and the Werksman's report. And these are now compiled into a preliminary report to the commission. Chair, I'll answer questions, any questions, because I agreed to come and testify before you, Chair. But this report, Chair, can never be actually what it says. Because this is an investigator of the commission. You know, I listened, Chair, when this thing was happening. Mr. Soni asked, and you asked for clarification, and they were clarifying and say, Mr. Montana bought properties for 36 million. Okay? Not true, Chair. But this report says that. Because it takes the views. You see, these people, Chair, who manufacture these stories about us, they don't themselves come to the commission. They put them as if the report is either a media thing or something. And then the commission elevates, takes them, or its investigators, takes them, and then they're channeled through the process. Because O'Sullivan doesn't come here and file an affidavit on his 22 and say, I believe that there's corruption and I write it here. Then it's channeled. Because, Chair, he says, I've used bank statements, I've used other things, I've also used documents that are before court. So on the very matter we just completed, it is not only the High Court that ignored what I said even on these things and my version on this issue. The Commission, Chair, ignored, they attach, they talk about everything. And I still make that distinction, Chair, that you've made. I just take it and use they take these things, they elevate it. It's presented before the Commission. Chair, there's no reason. If I look at the litany, I wrote to the Commission, Chair. You recall I even went to I wrote to the Judicial Service Commission. The Commission is actually breaking the very terms of that. This is one of the issues, Chair, that I raised. Now, here's the Commission where there's a dispute on even facts. It puts this report, it takes the reports from other people who are protagonists in this battle. They don't file them, then they elevate. The Commission then enters the arena in favor of particular people, and then I come to the Commission. So the question that I'm going to answer now, I should be answering those commissions I should have answered during the investigation. Now I'm having a preliminary report on this issue, okay? Where myself, and I've checked with other people, did they speak to you? The answer is no. Mr. Oleman is not here. So if you ask him, he was able to say, Mr. Montana bought properties for 36 million, okay? Which is false. But they were presenting it as fact. I also mentioned something else, Chair, that the Commission went and presented to the Chair that there's only one report of the public protector, and all other things, even about how we deal with court judgment. This report, Chair, the Commission should say we've got information, we want to ask you certain questions, and then we're also going to deal with it into that. This report, Chair, I think if we were procedural, we deal with issues of fairness. We deal with the issue that Judge Davis is saying that it is extremely worrying. This report should not be accepted by this Commission, not because it contains the lies that it contains, but precisely because the process before it was tabled here, Chair, I should have been spoken to, 4 or 5 other people should have been spoken to. The documents that Mr. Oleman says he placed the reliance on, he actually ignored them, Chair. Mr. Oleman ignored documents on a whole range of fronts on the PRASA issue, which has put me into dispute with the Commission, Chair. Chair, if there was time, I would actually put an application, maybe it has not been done, applying to you, Chair, to say, I'm asking for this chap to be fired because he has actually misled the commission, undermined its mandate to reach to the truth. What he's doing, sir, he's fighting a battle on behalf of the of particularly vested interest in these matters. Chair, you remember I mentioned the issue about the NPA and the Hawks. Again, the PRASA investigating team ignored the facts and presented the commission with the facts that PRASA was fighting the Hawks to investigate these matters. When we know that the facts in fact are opposite, and in my affidavit, I've attached a lot of things. So I wrote to the secretary of the commission, why would this commission, or rather, why would the investigators in this commission pursue certain things, align themselves with certain people, and the facts that I put, including public statements, including some of them under oath, like the affidavits, they ignore them and they want to pursue. So this, Chair, what we have before you is this report. Is basically Mr. Paul O'Sullivan taking his affidavit, which the police in Brooklyn may not affected upon, which Werksman says there's actually no supporting evidence for this. Werksman said about it. But somehow they're getting to be investigators at the commission to say, accept this and do not accept this. So, Chair, I'm prepared to answer everything, but I'm saying this report, it's not worth the paper it's written on. It should not be accepted by this commission. And I think that, in fact, if we're going to deal with my properties, Chair, the commission must have its investigators to come and speak to me, prepare a proper preliminary report, and then the facts are tested here. What we have is these things are elevated as if the commission has done work, which it hasn't done, and I'm supposed to come here and respond to matters that the commission should have said with me on the side, and then start to question me and verify the facts. So this is you're actually saying, Chair, if you accept this report, and I'm not saying the Chair has accepted, but the fact that is before us, you are basically saying the commission is coming to the ring. The people who are making accusations with me, they don't want to box with me. They are now putting Judge Zondo and the commission to box with me. So if I hit them, I still have people standing behind the judge. And I think it's not only unfair, but it actually fundamentally undermines the terms of reference of this commission, especially search for the truth, Chair. And I think that this is what has happened. And I take strong exception, Chair. Mr. Soni can continue asking me, but I'm urging you, Chair, that a report of this nature, which is showing, is so partisan, this report. And you see, if Mr. Oleman was writing this report and having his own dreams, is fine, Chair. He went to take people that I'm challenging. Some of them have said they want to cross-examine me. He has elevated their version. And it's elevated there. But fortunately, I'm here. And fortunately, I'm glad that you'll give me the chance. I'll deal with these issues in that way. But this report, Chair, shouldn't have been, when the country was being told, Montana bought 36 million, the properties worth 36 million. And my family asked, hey, you are so loaded, Montana. Where do you get this money from? So these are the things that we do, Chair. So, Chair, I think that I want to put it.
Yes.
I'll answer specific questions that Mr. Soni wants to ask.
No,
But
that's fine.
I do not accept this report, Chair, and I'll never accept it even tomorrow.
No. Mr. Soni will be able to say something in response if he wishes to. But what I want to say, Mr. Montana, is you have said that this report is based on Mr. Sullivan's affidavit. So I'm keen to see that affidavit. And then I think you said something else, also based on something else.
So in fact, it's based on three things, which are part of my attachment that I'll discuss with the team. The first one is the 22-page affidavit by O'Sullivan, Paul O'Sullivan. The second one is the report of Werksmans on the same matter. And the third one, Chair, there's there's a chap who worked for PRASA, who worked with Mr. Molefe, who compiled. And knowing the chap chair, I can see that he wouldn't write an affidavit of that nature. So it's all of them, I've attached them so that the commission can see all of those documents, and I've attached them, Chair. I want us to have a look at them.
No, that's fine. But also another point I wanted to make is one which I think I've made before, namely, it's good that you came to participate, because then you can raise these things and say, here is something that is flawed as far as I'm concerned. Here is my side of the story. And with other people too, that the commission has been trying to say, come, let's hear. It's to afford them exactly this opportunity to say, so-and-so is saying these things to me because of A, B, C, D, or is basing this on E, F, and G, so that we have the full perspective, so that in the end, obviously, one will look at really what the evidence reflects. But it's good that you are here. You can raise those matters. Mr. Soni?
As you please, Chairman. Mr. Montana, I don't want to enter into a dispute with you about this. I'd rather ask the question. Just make 2 points. That you do not see a single reference in this report to Mr. O'Sullivan's affidavit. Secondly, you will see a reference in this report at many levels to Mr. van der Walt and payments that he made in respect of these properties, together with a bank account that his partner supplied to the commission. So for you to say that this is Mr. O'Sullivan, I have read Mr. O'Sullivan's affidavit or report or whatever it is to the police. I can say to you that Mr. Lopes's affidavit came last year, and it was the first time that anybody in the country knew how payments for the properties were made. And that came about because Mr. van der Walt had provided 2 letters to Mr. Lope, which are part of Mr. Lope's. I just make that point.
No, Chair. Chair, no. I think I'll accept your guidance that you've given, Chair.
Yes.
That the commission will have a look at that. I'm glad that Mr. Soni had seen the letter.
Yeah.
But you'll see, or rather the letters and what he mentioned, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, you'll see when you see the affidavits, the consent affidavits, that this has got nothing to do. I've read Mr. Lopcha's affidavit, and I've read also the affidavit of Mr. Andre Wagner, which the commission, by the way, Chair, let me mention before we proceed. You see, Chair, the commission engages with someone. Mr. Oleman, he goes and interviews somebody. And this is Mr. Andre Wagner, the man who's involved in a partnership with me through a company called Midtown Brace. He files an affidavit. He says, this is my money. I have a partnership for development of properties with Mr. Montana. Okay? And he explains, he was interviewed, I think he spoke to the commission. He explained, and he filed an affidavit, Chair. He signed it. This affidavit doesn't support even this preliminary report in respect of this one of the properties we are talking about. What happened? We saw Sally DePierre, Ms. DePierre was here. We saw Louis Green, who in fact was, in my view, was subjected to a grilling, who was here because he contradicted what was said. And Chair, Mr. Wagner was not even brought here because he says, I don't do tenders with government. I'm not involved with PRASA. I've got a property deal with Mr. Montana, and it's a good property deal. Okay? And what do they say? No, we don't need you. Because you are not articulating this version that we want. So, Mr. Soni, with due respect, I hear what you're saying. But this report, Chair, once you have seen for yourself the affidavit of Mr. Paulo Sullivan, and yeah, the third affidavit comes from Mr., I think it's called Mr. Philemon Mamavulo, Paka Mamavulo. Chair, the enormous lies, but fortunately I'm here. I'm gonna confront the lies, Chair, and deal with them one by one. We are here, but the commission belongs to all of us. It can't be abused by people. If Mr. O'Sullivan shouldn't only go to Brooklyn, he must file an affidavit here and defend it and make those accusations and be open to cross-examination. Now it is hidden under a commission's investigator. Now what do? Do I cross-examine this chap? And statements that are made to the nation are a preliminary report, Chair. Few days it was a full report, then we got the thing that is now a preliminary report. The damage that is done, now I must come afterwards to respond to lies, but it's been dealt with at the commission in this particular way, Chair. Now I'm going to leave it at that, Chair, because you've guided us.
That's fine.
Let's go into the issue,
yes,
but
yes.
the principle of it, I don't want us to put cracks over put plaster over cracks. This thing was wrong in a very fundamental way. If I say it was unfair, it's an understatement, Chair. The conduct of this chap, this investigator by the commission, was unlawful, Chair. And if the Chair had known probably a few months ago, I would have written and asked for this chap to be fired, because now I've been made to believe it is the position of the commission. But now it's quite clear that here's someone who's going. I asked the question: how was this chap appointed? I had to ask that question, Chair. Because I've never seen an investigator at this commission who aligns himself with the version he wants it to put on the table, Chair. Chair, the reason why I didn't come for 2 years here is because I've been fighting to say, no, it can't be done. I said, if you either we deal with the truth, or I won't come and testify. But Chair, I'm glad I'm here. Let's proceed with it. And I think Mr. Soni should not defend it, but should note my view until we have now compared that with the affidavits that are there.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I wanted to say something about Mr. Wagner. I think, I don't remember the name, but I do recall that on one of the occasions when you were appearing here, you did refer to a witness, and I think it was in the context of the issues of the properties, that you said, as I understood you, had deposed to an affidavit or had said something that you said did not accord or support a certain narrative.
Yes.
And I think you said he was not called to give evidence. Subsequent to hearing you saying that, I did ask, I think, I hope I'm not mistaken, I did raise it with the legal team to say, follow up on this, what is Mr. Montana talking about? Because it may be that sometimes somebody expects a certain witness to be called and the witness is not called for reason A. But when that person sees that this witness is not being called, he or she thinks it's reason B, you know. Sometimes there is a good reason, but when, you know, there is no communication or discussion, it's easy to think differently. So I'm just saying that when you previously mentioned something like that, I raised it with the legal team to say they must look into that. Mr. Soni, did I raise it with you? Or?
Yes, no, you did, Chairperson. Now I'm going to address it.
Yes. I do recall that you told me, I think, a certain answer. Yeah.
Yes. Mr. Montana, can I ask you to please look at, we're still dealing with bundle H. Please look at page 198.
198?
Yes.
one there.
So paragraph 24, the report says, one of the directors of Midtown Brace, Mr. Andre Wagner, has undertaken to provide an affidavit setting out how it came about that the 11.5 million rand in respect of the Hurlingham property came about, which is referred to in paragraph 23. And at paragraph 24, the report continues, at the time this report was compiled, the affidavit had not been furnished to the Commission. So that's the answer, Mr. Montana.
Chair, I'm asking.
Well, you must read the last sentence as well. I think it's important.
Yes, once it is submitted, a decision will be made whether to supplement this report. Now, Chairperson, can I make Mr. Mr. Wagner's affidavit available to all of us
Okay.
to understand why no decision was made to supplement the report?
Okay.
Chairperson, this is the affidavit that Mr. Wagner eventually submitted to the Commission. Now, he deals with in paragraph 3 with the Hurlingham property. Well, firstly, he says he's a representative of Midtown Brace, which is a company registered in Botswana. And then in paragraph 3, dealing with the Hurlingham property, he says, Mr. Rian van der Walt and I have known each other since 1992. We are good friends. We have engaged in joint venture agreements during this time, Elements Golf Estate and property in Kuurboom Strand. Rian van der Walt introduced me to ML Montana, which presented a property development proposal. I have never met Mr. Montana prior to this introduction. The parties, Midtown Brace and Mr. Montana, agreed to the terms and conditions of such a development and entered into an agreement during 2015. The development encountered several obstacles, resulted in delays and redirection of the original development and agreement. The company is satisfied with the current agreements in place to secure its investment. To cover the company against any losses, we have issued summons against Mr. Montana and awaiting default judgment if he defaults again. I further confirm that the full investment amount was paid over to Mr. Montana, totaling 11,500 rand. 11,500,000 rand. Then he deals with Midtown Brace and what its dealings are. He says Midtown Brace was a shareholder in Wetlands Country Retreat. Midtown Brace sold its shares in Wetlands to TMM during 2014 as per a sale of share agreement and in terms of the shareholders agreement. This was my only dealings with Mr. Mario Ferreira. The sale of share agreement, preparation and receipt of payments was handled by Mr. Rian van der Walt through an Investec account. You will see, Chairperson, two things here. Doesn't annex the agreements in question. He refers to two agreements, his agreement with Mr. Montana and his agreement with Mr. Ferreira. Those agreements are not there. But what also emerges is there was, in fact, now a legal dispute between him or his firm and Mr. Montana. Now, nothing in the report, because when I go through the Hurlingham property, Chairperson, you will see that that's exactly what he said, that Midtown Brace paid the 11.5 million rand in respect of the property. This is what Mr. van der Walt said in his letter. So based on that, and I was one of the decision makers, thought that it was not necessary because it doesn't take the matter any further in relation to the report itself and throwing any further light on the purchase of the Hurlingham property.
Okay, all right.
Chair?
The agreement, well, the agreements he refers to in 3.1 or 3.2 must be agreements
With Mr. van der Walt.
with Mr. van der Walt.
Yes. It's 3.5 that is the agreement with Mr. Montano. Chair.
Okay, okay, all right. Yes, okay. Mr. Montano, well, I think what Mr. Soni was doing is just to explain why Mr. Wagner was not called, but the affidavit is here. Do you want to say something on that?
Yes, Chair, I want to say two quick things.
Yeah.
In fact, this affidavit, you remember why are we here? Why are we discussing this issue, Chair? This commission, the commission investigated properties. It didn't investigate all my properties. It investigated certain properties where allegations of wrongdoing were involved. Okay? Now, they mentioned 4. Now, I'm glad it seems you're making progress. This affidavit, okay, it says, no. I'm Midtown Brace. I'm not involved in that and that. I've entered into a property transaction with Mr. Montana. I gave him 11 million rand, 11.5 million rand. He had to put an attached, by the way, for your information, the agreement I've attached as part of my affidavit. Now, we are looking at properties that Mr. Montana bought properties for 36 million rand, according to this report. Okay? Now, this affidavit by Mr. Wagner disproved that, Chair. It confirms the fact that me and him at the property development. And he says, I knew Rian van der Walt, and I knew Mario Ferreira there, but I've got a transaction with Mr. Montana. And I'm not involved in PRASA, I'm not involved in anything. Now, when Chair, you are asking, Mr. Soni confirmed, Montana bought properties from stolen money, effectively, that was being said. Here's an affidavit, Chair. I'm not dealing with one, we'll deal with we are coming to the others. We are dealing with one. Here's an affidavit, it tells us that someone who's involved in farming, in mining, gets involved in a property deal with me. We buy a property, Chair, and I'll explain the details of that transaction. Okay? Now, by association, when they find that, hey, this guy knows somebody else, they say, no, the money for buying this thing should come from that side. Is the relationship that is set up to pay Montana corruptly. And Chair, the reason why, because you want to hear both sides. You want to hear when I'm accused that I bought properties. But here's a man who's saying to the commission, I'm deposing to an affidavit. And I'm saying that the allegation that I bought a property with Montana as part of a corrupt deal is false. I'm not even involved in those kind of transactions. Chair, there is no, for a commission interested in the truth, there's no way that it will invite Ms. DePierre and ignore, because the biggest, probably one of the biggest monies in that 36 million comes from Mr. Wagner. And I wanted the commission to pursue it and say, we want to prove. Who draws Mr. Wagner, Chair? It's Mr. O'Sullivan. Okay? Now today we are told that this thing doesn't add value. Chair, this thing adds value. You know what the value it adds, Chair? It says the narrative about all these 4 properties is actually false. There it is, Chair. And so, Chair, I want us to go into detail. I'm raising it as a principle that when the commission says there's no need to pursue it, okay? No, I want to prove, Chair, that the story about 36 million rand worth of houses bought by Montana is so false. It's in the preliminary report, and that is why I've even looked at the accounts, Chair. One of the things that O'Sullivan did was to provide the accounts, and you see that this 36 million, how that it doesn't come from anywhere else. It doesn't come from an independent investigation by this commission. If someone was trying to extort money from me, I refused. Again, it's in my affidavit. And then they decided to go to me and they created a story. And I'm simply saying, Chair, that this affidavit, if somebody makes an accusation that Montana stole money and bought properties, there must also be this affidavit that says, no, Montana didn't steal money. He entered into a property development with me. His contribution to that. I mean, when you look at this report, Chair, let me read the last thing. The last sentence there, not the last sentence, the one before where they are mentioning that, oh no, there it is, Chair. It says, this man paid 11.5 million. And Mr. Montana didn't even pay a cent. That money, the 2 million, was paid by Mr. Rian van der Walt. Chair, is false. So here we stand in front of the nation. And some of us who wake up in the early hours of the morning to go and work for this country, we are then being tarnished that we are thieves. I enter into a property deal. I sell one property. I put the money into another property. Okay. This guy, if he had come and interviewed me, Chair, or probably the other people, he would have realized that Montana sold property X. He didn't take that money. He paid the bank, and I instructed Van der Walt, the balance of that money, it must go as a deposit into that property or pay for that property. That's what I'll demonstrate here today, Chair. So this story about Montana being rich, stealing from PRASA and buying 36 million rand worth of properties, and I think we must deal with it. And I think, Mr. Soni, you said you're going to deal with, you want to deal with the facts. I want to assist you with the facts.
Yeah.
But these things that we have before us, it's not a fact, it's fiction, Chair.
Now, Mr. Soni or Mr. Montana, in your affidavit that is being prepared in terms of the annexures, is there a distinct section where you deal with the issue of properties?
No, Chair, in great detail.
In great detail.
I know this is one of the accusations that have been made against me in public.
Yes.
I wouldn't come to this commission and not talk about my properties.
Yes.
Chair, I deal with each and every property, how each one of them was funded, precisely because I wanted to put this lie to rest for the last time. We don't deal with it, Chair.
You know what I'm thinking, Mr. Soni? It may be convenient that Mr. Montana gets questioned on the properties when one has seen what he has to say about each of the allegations connected with all of these properties. Because without that, we might spend a lot of time because one is not looking at what he has already written. And we could take maybe half the time if we were to do it that way.
I agree entirely.
Yes.
Chair, I've got everything I've written on this thing. If the commission asks me to read them into record, I can do that now, Chair.
No, I think I would prefer to read it before you give evidence, because then I'll be in a position, and Mr. Soni would be in a position too. I would be in a position to say, in the light of your response, the only issues are really A, B, C, D. So let's focus on those issues. Then we don't have to spend too much time.
Chairperson, may I augment that? And that we must do because Mr.
Yes.
Montana must be entitled to.
Yes, yeah.
But one of the purposes of the 10.6 directive was to say, tell us what you admit and what you deny. So if I'm just giving, and that's in addition to
background.
what you
Yes,
said, Chairperson, it
yes.
will shorten things a lot
Yes.
more. If I could just take, and I'm doing it for Mr. Montana's sake, at page 34, if that's of SS 18, bundle H.
Page
It
34.
says, page 34. Paragraph 2 says, Mr. Montana purchased the Parkwood property on the 4th of July for 1.85 million rand. Mr. Montana can say yes, no. So one then knows that when one is dealing with the, and those are just facts. I'm not
Yeah.
asking him to
Yeah.
deal with the inferences,
Yeah,
just the facts. Then we say that in paragraph 3, there is an email from Mr. Montana's private banker which says the property is valued at 3.5 million rand. It doesn't mean he accepts the valuation, but merely say, yes, I accept that that's what my private banker said. Then at paragraph 4, we say, Precise Trade and Mr. Montana entered into a purchase and sale contract whereby the property was sold. So that would just eliminate all the factual disputes, and we'll get into the real disputes as to where did the money come from, Mr. Montana's explanation and so on. So it is not amending what you are saying, it's augmenting it.
Yeah. So for example, I mean, you said already you've got this story, you've got what you have to say in your affidavit. So when one has regard to whatever the documents say here and to what you have to say, one ought to be able to say there is no dispute in terms of facts on the following issues. The disputes are only in regard to A, B, C, D.
Absolutely. And it'll save us plenty of time.
Yes. So, yeah, you want to say something?
Chair, I've accepted your guidance.
Yes, yeah.
But
yeah,
I also do not want, because we are going to now lose people. You see, Mr. Soni, Chair, we mustn't forget what we are dealing with here. The investigators know that the property in Parkwood was bought by me, was paid for by me. I don't want to go into detail about it. And they're talking about an evaluation. They're talking about the valuation when I bought the property. They're not talking about when I bought when I sold the property. Okay. Now, Chair, and I think that the issue why we are discussing the Parkwood property. Let's remember why we're discussing it. Is because they are saying I sold it for 6.8 million above the valuation. They're not telling you what valuation. The valuation, they are taking the valuation that I bought when I bought the property. Because the bank had to finance me. So it did the valuation of the property. And it says, no, we can finance you because the value of the property is far above the value of the bond you are requesting. So they give me a bond. But then a story is created that no, Montana, he sold it for 6.8. This property is worth 3.3 or 4 million. Okay? They're not telling you, Chair, that the property was, I'm not being asked, how did you develop this property? How much did you spend on it and everything? Chair, I've got pictures. Fortunately, I've got pictures of this property. Then and now. I bought a wreck. Chair, the bank financed that. Because of its location, it's far about that. I modernized the property. What these people want, Chair, they don't have an evaluation. They said they had a neighbor saying this property should be 4 point. A neighbor who's not even been inside my house. He knows the value of this property. And then, Chair, they're saying he sold it for 6.8. You know what the 6.8 is saying? So they're saying between the 3.3 that the bank evaluated when I bought the property and when I sold it, they then say it's a bribe from Rian van der Walt. Okay, Chair. So I don't want us to deal with this thing as if
No,
it
no,
is-
that's important. In the end, you are right to say, to the extent that this is said on the basis of suspicion, that's a bribe. This is my answer. It is not, or it can't be because of these facts. So we mustn't forget that. That's it. That's important.
No, Chair, I'll keep on reminding the Commission.
Yeah.
Respecting progress, and I think Mr. Sony and I agreed
Yeah.
that we must move with speed.
Yeah.
But Chair, again, Mr. Sony, when he augment, he says regulation 10.6. Chair, I do not want to go back. I've said it on
Yeah.
record.
Yeah.
And I've said to the Commission, I wrote to the Commission, you as a Commission issuing a 10.6 against me, you are going to the Chair to ask for a regulation 2.6. You know it's unlawful to ask the Chairman to do that because I've already agreed, I've already put a draft affidavit, and Chair, go back. My first draft I gave to this Commission in 2019, August 2019, I'm already writing about my properties. I never, Chair, I'm not hiding anything. The Commission was trying to manipulate things, and I said, no, I stood my ground, I refused. And that is why, Chair, when you look back, and I spoke to some people within the Commission, I asked, how do you, after I've given a draft and made a commitment, to respond to all Rule 3.3 notices and all the allegations that have been made against me, why would you go and ask the Chair to issue a 10.6? And I said, we are going to fight because I'm not going to accept it. It's actually unlawful. What you guys are, because Chair, the Commission's legal and investigating teams, they were trying to impose and they were trying to get certain things that they want before this Commission in respect of me. And I'm one person, Chair, who has refused. I say, we are going to put the total picture. So I want to answer these questions, Chair. But I'm going to at various stages ask the Chair, with your permission, Chair, can I come in there? Because I'm giving this example, Chair. If you listen to people like Montana has been paid a bribe, I want to put before the Chair, this property when I bought it, the rec it was, and the value by the bank, what work I did, and what was the end product, and then ask. But if I'm told, I don't even know which neighbor tells Paul O'Sullivan that I bought that this property should have been 4.8. A neighbor who can't even develop his own property, yet he can provide an opinion on the value of my property. Then this Commission come and ask me and say, no, your property should have been 3.3. It's shocking. But I'll leave it at that, answer the question, and then, Chair, as long as you admit me where I feel very strongly on this thing, where I need to correct the facts, you allow me to come in that respect.
How far are you and the legal team to finalizing the annexures for the affidavit?
No, tomorrow, Chair. I think we've even identified areas that the Commission should focus on. So, Chair, I think we are one. I think the fight is gone. We are no longer fighting. I'm here, I'll testify, Chair. So tomorrow I'll give them all the evidence, and then we move forward on that basis, Chair.
The reason I ask Mr. Sony, you remember that, and Mr. Montana will remember that I did say previously what we will do with the affidavit once it is ready is something we'll decide there. I'll decide then because of the time constraints. Now, if Mr. Montana's assessment that tomorrow should be whatever is left to be finalized should be finalized, if that is correct, then it may be that all we need is that it gets finalized tomorrow, and then one can look at it with special reference to the section relating to the properties, and then take it from there. It may well be that when his response to the issues of properties is looked at, is considered, it may well be that it might be necessary to maybe do some further limited investigation of some issues, I don't know. Or it may be that it's not necessary. But certainly in relation to properties, it's going to be important that I hear what he has to say. And as I say, I want to hear when there is something in writing. And then what one does with the balance of the affidavit might also be something to look at. If the position is that the section on the properties has got to be dealt with because that's part of what he was asked to respond on. But maybe is not going to get a chance to give all the evidence about other matters that are in the affidavit. It may well be that we might consider whether there should be a separate affidavit that just extracts from his affidavit the section that deals with properties. You know. So it seems to me that, but let me find out, is it your understanding too that tomorrow the issue of annexures and whatever in regard to his affidavit might be sorted out?
Chairperson, let me say I've, for various reasons, have not involved myself in dealings with Mr. Montana outside the Commission.
Yes.
But, Ms. Ratanga is...
Yes, do you want to find...
they have arranged that already.
Yes.
It's supposed to happen on Friday, it didn't. As I understand it, that is the arrangement for tomorrow.
But in terms of whether it can be finalized, the process can be finalized tomorrow, is she in agreement as well?
She thinks by Wednesday, Chairperson.
By Wednesday, okay. In any event, that's quite close, I think, yeah. So I think, therefore, what we should do is not move forward on the issue of properties for now. Let's get that part sorted out. And then once I have seen what he has got to say on the properties, then we can take it from there. Okay, is that fine, Mr.
No, I think it's fair. I'm happy with that.
Yeah. I think what the effect of that arrangement for present purposes is, therefore, I guess, that if there are other matters, but I think the Parliament document was the last one that you wanted. Yeah. So from your point of view, you have nothing further for today.
No.
Okay. And I guess that to the extent that Mr. Montana has throughout indicated that he deals with certain things in his affidavit, we can't deal with those either because the affidavit must still be finalized in terms of annexures. So that being the case, I think it would mean we should adjourn on the understanding that soon another date will be given, maybe another evening, and then we'll take it from there. Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. We are at 17 minutes past 4. So I think let's adjourn then, and then we'll arrange a date. But the sooner the process of sorting out the annexures to his affidavit is finalized, the better.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, all right. I think we are agreed. Yeah. Okay, we are going to adjourn for the day. We don't have an evening session today. We were going to probably have it if we were continuing with Mr. Montana. Tomorrow, for the benefit of the public, I'll be hearing Mr. Gogo's evidence in regard to ESCOM. Yeah. Okay, all right. We adjourn.